Hello and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm a dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Temple Tankard servers. Um, we are here continuing our adventures in the Dreadmire and Drakoll. Before we get started, though, I do want to say Eldon will be a little bit late joining us here. He will be here, but he's got some things to deal with, and as soon as he's got that done, he'll be joining us. But we are here to move on where we left off last week. The party had traversed the Dreadmire, helped a lizard folk patrol or lizard folk hunting party deal with a rather massive T-Rex looking monstrosity that was being dealt with there, locking it down with psychic abilities and spells, and essentially doing what a normal hunting party would take a lot of damage and a lot of people to deal with. Able to then go into the actual Blackclaw village, where they met one Grassus, the tall, lanky black dragonkin, who is happens to be married to Sora's mother, and they have two kids, which you guys all met with a rather massive celebration taking place in the village there. You also met a member, resident of Drakoll, one Kess, a kobold who was there helping with the operations that Sora's mother deals with, which is namely smuggling chromatic children out of Drakoll that are born to the clutches there. Um, they were supposed to be there to pick up one said child, and unfortunately, they had never arrived. And so you're being asked to go into the tunnels beneath Drakoll there to find the missing child and bring it safely. Sora communed with Bahamut and got a little more information that there are other children missing as well. And those children need to be rescued as well as the white dragonkin child that's there as well. So with that, you guys managed to party the night away. Had a lot of fun times with various folks and exotic foods and drinks, and then we're able to get a good night's sleep. And it is now the morning after, and essentially you have a mission before you to go into the tunnels nearby the silver dragonkin city of Agiris, and rescue some children. Sora, you also did send out some messages to someone in the area that one Strolix,
Mhm.
and got recent number of replies here. Your last reply, after a time, there is another sending to you.
Mhm.
Um, that you're not taking my nephew anywhere. I am the person charged with his care. And that phrasing definitely like triggers something in your mind there. If you look at some other messages you received.
So messages. Okay. I'll
Yeah.
go back there and read them. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So as you're sort of kind of pondering that there, um, but the rest of the message basically is like be safe, don't be seen, and if I can see you, that would be very good. Um, and you can reply to that essentially. So while you're kind of mulling that over there, what do the rest of you do? Uh, okay, 1 second. I need to type that. Um,
Um, uh, Clarifying, have I told the party yet that I've spoken with Bahamut?
I don't know. Did you? You tell me.
I thought that was after the party, so everybody was hunkering down, so probably not.
Okay, so in the morning you can definitely pass that along.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. I mean, I think this isn't really about any of us. It's about Sora and about her responsibility to her mother and whatever else. And we're happy, obviously, to go along and support her, what she needs us to do, and to try and keep each other safe. But apart from that, I mean, I don't think any of us really have anything that we need to do there. So this is just part of Sora's journey, I suppose.
No, I agree. She needs me. You all would die without me.
Sure, yeah, we need you to save us and rescue us all of the time, obviously.
Yep.
The hero that you are.
It's a dwarf's job.
Can't wait to save his life and hold it against him forever.
Because Ebeth has never held anything against anyone even forever. Otherwise,
Well, no, of course not.
Good thing is
On
I'm
a
not
completely
with her, so I only
unrelated
have to
note.
live here for a little while.
On a completely unrelated note, does anybody remember that funny day when Trevor shot me?
of course, yeah, there it is again. Yep.
Yeah. Oh man, I thought we left that behind. Good lord!
So was
After he literally shot you in the behind.
It wasn't even him.
Oh man.
I'm assuming that we've had a long rest in the
Yes,
night.
it is.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
you definitely have had a long rest. You guys are all refreshed in the morning, and in various states of. I mean, essentially, Eldon's up at the crack of dawn. Although, actually not. Because his little alarm clock got sabotaged, and he had a little too much to drink anyway, and so he ended up sleeping in a bit. Because a fellow artificer basically disabled it. to make sure he got to make sure he actually slept.
his girlfriend did that.
Yeah,
I am gonna hug her so hard.
We
essentially,
wanted
she
to
just
leave bright early in the morning.
nope.
Dude, if there was
Her
ever
and I did it.
any
It was a
question of it,
conspiracy.
you are definitely one of us now. You are family. I'm just gonna hug her real tight.
Audrey's like, he had too much to drink. He hasn't had enough sleep. He needed to sleep in. I'm sorry. I knew you guys wanted to go, but I mean, it's still like early, but not crack of dawn. Like sun is peeking up over the horizon early. So
We all like sleeping in the morning until a decent hour.
Yeah, we do.
So we appreciate that, definitely. I love her.
So effectively, once you guys are up and about a little bit, the captain will check in with you. So what's the plan? Are we going to fly there, find some way to do it covertly, or do you want to us to stay here? I know there's concern about travel and such. I was present for some of the discussion, but not really part of the planning yet.
Let's talk to Kess, the kobold, and see
Um,
what he seems to
Cass
think.
is definitely keeping out of the rising sun. He's still a kobold, so it's sunlight sensitivity. So he's kind of staying out of the light essentially as much as he can there with his hood up and kind of hunkered down in the shadowy areas wherever things are. Or if you're on the ship, then he's below decks with you or whatever, wherever you guys are planning to meet. But yeah, he will definitely meet with you.
It matters not to me. I just want to make sure that if you are taking an airship, it will be seen if it's obviously in the daytime.
How far out are there outskirted towns or scouting parties and stuff?
It's hard to say exactly. I mean, the fact is they have, I mean, Agiris itself.
And I'll pull up the map, put the map here real quick here to kind of show you what we're talking about.
And my general jest is saying that it's about a 2-day flight or a 2-day walk. We can cut that in possibly a third.
Easily, yeah. You could
or
probably get there in about, yeah.
And then land and bring it like a half a day out, and we can walk, you know.
So
I mean, they could potentially drop us closer and then not land, just leave us and go somewhere safe.
Yeah.
Because I want the crew to be safe.
Yeah. As far as I know, I mean, Drakoll does not have any airships. They don't really do air travel. So any trade they do is overseas. So they use just the coastline for their trade. Aziris is not really a stronghold, military type thing. It's very much a more of a learned place. It's where people go to study things, and so there's not really a massive military presence, but you are flying. I mean, people will see airships flying in the region, and there are ways they can investigate. So it's a matter of you don't want to be noticed. And we definitely don't want to land anywhere nearby where the tunnels are because that'll give away a location. This is supposed to be a fairly secret way in and out.
Well, shall we just go on foot then? Ride or
We
something?
land right about here and walk and go to the south.
And the captain's like, we could do either way. I mean, it'd take us roughly maybe 8 hours. So if we timed it right, we could do it in the middle of the night and not be seen at all. That would be possible as well.
So where is the ship going to go while we're there? Is it going to come back here?
I would
Probably.
imagine. I would like for it to come back here.
Is
Yeah,
that
most
okay
likely.
with your mother? Have you checked if that's okay with your mom?
Why does it have to be okay with her?
Because, I mean, I'm assuming she has some sort of sway here. Who are the people in charge here?
Essentially, there was a chieftain. There was a lizard folk
Hierarchy.
chieftain, and then she seems to have a lot of both her and Grazza seem to have a lot of sway with them. Just to see the dynamic from last night, there was the lizard folk chieftain who was definitely kind of calling out to people and making things happen. They seem to be think of like more like ambassadors or trusted advisors kind of thing. Kind of the dynamic you picked up on at least. But I mean, they didn't seem to have it. They were very fascinated by the ship being here, but they didn't seem to be concerned or worried about it.
Okay. The reason I'm asking if your mum is okay with it is because obviously she is the one that we're doing this for. So she obviously understands the fact that we need to be covert about it.
We're doing this for Strego.
Well, we're doing it for the children, aren't we?
Dragons.
Well, yeah, if we're going to get really analytical about it, it is for the children.
Yeah. But what I mean is your mother appreciates what we're doing and the covert, nature of it.
Let's clarify something right now then. You're now mentioning children. Sora, are you filling everyone in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, had a little talk with Bahamut. Since we're on the ship, right?
Yeah, you're on the ship.
Yeah. Most of the people on the ship know I can talk to people.
People.
Yeah.
So we'll call it this here. We'll call it on the ship. You're in the galley.
Right.
So essentially the captain will shoot when the captain is there. You've had Kess there since you've asked him questions.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else is there besides you guys. Everyone else has been kind of shoot away, go up on decks, go somewhere else there. So it's you, the captain, and Kess. Just to clarify.
Nope. Then I'll probably say telepathic. Well, tell Tallulah, Amethyst, that we need to go telepathically.
Okay.
And then I'll tell the whole group the conversation I had with Bahamut last night.
Okay. And which transcript of that is in the
yeah. It is in the chat.
In the chat.
That of all the conversations I've had with him recently, this one has been the clearest. I mean, not obviously on the direction of things that we're supposed to do, but like the sound of his voice was clear. It didn't sound.
Surely this is his old stomping grounds.
Yeah, and he was responding to questions and not just, being completely aloof like he had been. I mean, there was a few questions he was aloof about, but like, obviously.
That's gods for you.
Right. So
These people
there's
in their
that.
gods.
So yes, the gist of it, yes, there are children missing, not just the one, and that the children, that the rest of the children should be left in the care of one who is charged with the care of another.
Which we're assuming is the white one, right?
So
Or is that just...
yes,
No.
the white one. The white one we need to take with us. The
Yeah.
rest we need to give to him.
Him.
Mm-hmm.
Him.
Him. Also, then I did send a sending stone to my boyfriend Strolux, and I told him I was on my way to the mountains of Drakoll and I wanted to see him. And I asked him to tell me where he was. Now, he did not answer that question either. He instead asked more questions. He wanted to know where, why, and told me I shouldn't be there. Told me that he loved me too and that it wasn't safe and that I couldn't be seen in Drakoll, which is normal.
You knew already. You knew that.
I couldn't be there. Oh, I didn't see that message. I missed it completely. Then he sent me a stone and he said, "Sorry for being secret. I'm caring for my nephew. He would be in danger." That's the one I missed.
Yes, that's the one you meant. Like, you ever mentioned that? I was like,
he's caring for his nephew who would be in danger if anybody else learned from him. I did respond. I did. I told him you needed to trust me, that I would take him to safety. We need to meet. I won't look like me, but look for a man in Mizium, hinting to Eldon.
Yeah.
And then I just got a message this morning, apparently.
yes.
He not taking his I'm not taking his nephew anywhere, and he's the one that's in charge with his care. Be safe and don't be seen. It's a lot. It's a lot.
And that the whole point there is that that the phrasing of that echoes exactly what the phrasing that Bahamut used for who to leave the children with. The one who is charged with the care of another.
So
we're
gonna have to convince him to let them go with us.
You will get another spending.
Again? Good Lord.
Yeah.
Okay.
He seems to be able to either use it or has access to it in some way. And it's just a quick, if you can, we can have a conversation. I have a way to do that, if that's okay. Are you in a place where you could do that?
Yeah. I'm going to leave and go to my room. Pull Amethyst with me.
Okay, I mean,
we have rooms, right?
Yeah, you have rooms. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that lizard man yet, Jim.
He's not with you.
I thought he was in the thing with us.
You're in the galley. Oh, you mean Kess? He's a kobold, not a lizard man. Yeah. Okay.
Kobold.
Yeah, sure.
I apologize. Yes,
the kobold. Yeah. I mean, you could send him away. He was just there because you asked him some questions.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, we'll send him away then.
You wanted to talk to him, so yeah.
I did want to talk to him. Okay.
You guys were asking him questions. That's why he was there. So, the captain can escort him back up the top of the decks. There, he will go someplace out of the sun and essentially wait for whatever you guys plan to do. He is not essentially in charge. He's just going to essentially. He is there to guide you once you get to the tunnels. Essentially, make sure whatever route you decide to go with, he will be okay with.
Right. Okay, then yeah, we're totally alone, then yeah. Hey,
Yes, just
Cass,
you
do you
guys.
mind giving us a time alone?
Of course. Yeah, just whatever plans you need to make there, as long as it isn't gonna call attention to where we're going, then we can be good. Yeah.
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 Hopefully.
All right. Yeah, you guys are just you in the galley. No one else is around.
Mhm.
You give the okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So what you will see at that point, about a minute or so later, after you send that there will be essentially kind of in the air in front of you a little like 1 foot tallish image, a little like the Star Wars hologram there, kind of that grainy looking sort of kind of come into view there of a just sort of sending head and shoulders of a male dragonkin. It's sort of monochrome, but you do get a little bit of the metallic glint from the scales and such. Can't really see much about everything else. They're just sort of just sort of head and shoulders. He's wearing some sort of a robe looking thing there. Hard to see exactly what he's wearing. But um and so he's sort of like looking directly at you, Sora, as this appears there. We have about uh, 10 minutes or so. I had to call in a favor to do this, but we can talk now. It's good to see you, though I can't quite see all, but just enough to know it's you. And the rest of you can hear this. You can all hear the voice coming through. It is in Draconic, just to say that. So at least for right now, part of the reason why there's no accent or anything else, it's just sort of it's in Draconic, same as Sora. Um, so I don't know where you are, obviously, and I probably shouldn't know exactly, but you're in the area and you're safe, right?
Yeah, I am.
Good.
I am safe. Yes.
Okay. I know it's hard to talk with the sendings going back and forth, and I can only cast it twice right now. I can try to call in some extra sending stones if I need to, but I can at least cast it twice. Um, so um, you're here for Sora. There are a number of children missing. My family still has influence. We're here in Agiris. We got recalled, the, not by not by any leadership or anything else, more by family. And I'm sorry I couldn't really explain this before, but my sister had a child, uh, and little time after he was born, it was clear that he needed care. He needed to be kept safe, and um, so yeah, it's that's why we're here, and other ambassadors have been sent out in our place. Um, Sora, he was born different, but not in the way that others have. He was silver, but as he got about a year old or so, he's almost 2 now. His scales are platinum. You know what that means, right? I know you do.
Yeah.
And you actually see him
do.
actually kind of touch his chest, just kind of reach up like he's holding something. Um, as he kind of says that. I mean, he's just a child, but it has to mean something important, right? So I I am devoted myself to his care and to make sure nothing happens to him, and so that's why, I mean, this is important. So but from my family's context, I know that there are other children out there missing from other clutches, metallic children that have gone missing. Um,
they're just been taken, gone. I mean, it's not all of them, but just some. And reports come in from other clutches, from the other cities. It's not just here.
Right. We just recently learned of that information too. We do, because of that information we've learned, we're going to go inside the mountain and look and see what we can find.
All right. I had called in other favors as well, and I've heard from the Desert Sun family in Port Oris that you've become quite an adventurer, along with your group there. So I assume they're here as well. So I know you're not alone, obviously. So hope you can find them. I mean, they're we have no ideas really. I know patrols have gone out, but nothing has turned up anything as of yet. So I won't pry to where you're going. I just want to make sure that because the less I know probably in this situation, the better.
As is always the situation between you and me.
I know, I'm sorry. I mean, how do I tell someone that my nephew could be the second coming of Bahamut?
Well, you'd be more surprised than you would believe. Also, Strega and I have found each other again, and it's him who has asked me to come out here to find the missing children.
Interesting. Oh well, all right. I won't pry into the details, but um, I assume you have a way to find them, or a way to investigate that we may not have. So keep me posted. And if I can do anything to help, I will. If it's a matter of making sure that people aren't in a certain place at a certain time, I can do that. I can do my best.
Uh, um, are there patrols patrolling the mountains?
There's always patrols above and then in below, but only in the crafted tunnels. They don't go into any of the caverns or deeps or anything else. I mean, not unless there's a reason to go there. So I don't. I mean, if you're not in the obviously created tunnels, you shouldn't see any patrols.
Okay, that would work.
There's a whole network of natural caverns beneath the entire mountains here, going stretching, and they've been here forever, as far as I know, long before we ever came. Our
So,
people ever came.
so say we find the children that are missing. Do we bring them to you, or should we bring them back to our side?
Once we know the details, I don't know how many are missing. So once we know how many, we can arrange a way to meet. I don't think bringing them out and trying to do something outside of Drakoll would be safe for anyone, really. Yes, I think there are places we can meet up.
Okay.
I can arrange that.
I still have my sending stone for the day, so I'll be able to reach you through that.
Okay, well, I mean, if you can find them in one day, that'd be amazing. Some of these kids have been missing for weeks.
Weeks. Good Lord. Okay.
As far from reports we're picking up, yeah, it's from all over Drakoll. I mean, I don't know. Stay safe. We'll talk again soon. And if there's anything, I said, if you need anything from me, I don't know if anyone else can send along with you. I'm willing to talk to whoever we need to make sure that everyone is taken care of.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Kind of become my role.
Yeah. I miss you.
That's you too. That's
Bye.
always.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. So you all see the image phase out, and you guys were kind of hearing most of this. Essentially, you couldn't like see and talk to anyone else that was there specifically. It was a sort of like a one way, but you were hearing kind of the conversation happening. And the image just sort of fuzzes and goes away, and yeah, they're
Bunch of
that's the
missing
situation.
children. Now, am I to assume they're all of the same type? Or are they like...
No, based on what he said, that no, they're not. They're from different cities, which means that each city is kind of a specific metallic
Right.
type. And so if children and they each have their own like essentially hatcheries that are beneath part of each of the cities where they are all children are cared for and they're hatched and everything else. The eggs are hatched and children are cared for until they're old enough to actually be mobile and doing things. So if children have gone missing, then
So I'm assuming that they're
mobile
all
places.
metallic, right? They're not metallic
That
and
was the
chromatic. They're just...
That was the
well,
indication. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So what does the platinum mean?
So platinum is Bahamut's colors.
There's only one.
There is only one. Only one. One.
So
only
he's
one.
not platinum yet. He's turning platinum.
His scales turn to
Yeah.
platinum.
Well,
The
they
scales
basically think
turn.
that he's the second coming of Bahamut. But what does
Well,
that mean for the one that's talking to Sora? I mean, obviously he has an idea because he's the one who told her to rescue the child.
Lucas, give me a religion check. I know you have your jack of all trades, so you would know more. And Sora, you're trained now, so go ahead and give me a religion check as well.
Man, I'm trained in it. Yay!
What?
I have been training in
Yes.
religion, you guys. I know.
Yes.
It's
Spent
very
some time-
sad.
Spent some time in it. You finally got
The person who has
yeah.
conversations with a god is suddenly trained in religion. I mean, what?
Yeah. Okay, well, I think reading books and studying all that stuff.
She
It
can
won't
read?
let me add it. Shut up. That's not nice.
Not a problem. So
Hold on.
are you on Beyond?
I am. It won't
Okay.
let me.
If you go to the, so we'll take care of it later. Just go ahead and roll it, and we'll just remember you have a person bonus. Okay, not great. I would say you get a little bit of bonus this week, a little lower DC for you, Lucas. You realize that gods a lot of times, especially what you've heard of in the past in the stories, that Tiamat and Bahamut both oftentimes had avatars that they would project their essentially a portion of themselves through to the world there again. So the fact that there is now, and they often have physical characteristics to go along with them to signify their connection in some ways. So the fact that this child now has platinum scales means that they could very well be a potential avatar of Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what that means as they get older and how that manifests, no one would know, but it makes sense based on the lore of the past and everything else that could be a thing.
Which also means there's probably an avatar of Tiamat out there somewhere.
Maybe.
Uh-oh.
Which means
Well,
it's going
'cause-
to be a glorified headache.
Well, you can't have one without the others. So
Just drop me. Just take me
Would
back.
it be
to
5
Taco Bell.
headaches?
5 headaches.
It would be 5 headaches, not 1 headache.
Yep. So, there's that there. One thing, so something else to kind of put forth here. At one point, as you're kind of wrapping this up, talking about things, figuring things out, they're getting some ideas there. There will be sort of a, and Hogarth is kind of like stepping by. Sorry, Captain. Well, have any of you seen Bert anywhere? I can't find him. He's not. I mean, I haven't seen him since last night. I mean, he's been
Oh God.
gone. I don't know what happened to him. He's just not around, which is not usual.
And Bert is
The cat.
The cat.
Can I do a sending to him?
Sure.
But where are you?
You get sort of a sort of. I don't want this. It's not good. We shouldn't be here. This is bad. This is a bad place. Very, very bad. And it just sort of like kind of like gets that sort of a panicked sound to his voice until he runs out of words.
Mm.
I look at the kobold. I just do lizards eat cats.
Kobold's not around there now. He's up. He's outside. Yeah. Captain directed him away, so you have your conversation there.
So
Yeah.
I get to use
Progress the
another
halfling,
spell slot.
or I mean, start to go look. I mean,
Yeah. Let's go find him. He's going to be hiding somewhere.
so essentially, I would say everyone on or off the ship, you guys can each one at a time. Tell me where you're looking and roll an investigation check or perception. It's fine, either one.
While we're getting back off the ship, can I just say I think we need to have a conversation, because do we know once we get this child where we're actually taking him?
If we can manage to get him from Shorelux, we can take him with us where we were supposed to in the first place.
Wait.
Which was
You're not taking anyone from Strolux.
No. We're looking for
the-
somebody different.
Yeah, you're looking for a white dragonkin who's
A white dragonkin.
gone missing. Some other children have gone missing.
So there's a group of
his
kids
ne-
missing, and inside that group of kids that's missing is the one child we're looking for.
Yes, and none of those are his nephew. His nephew is safe with him. He's taking care of his nephew, which is
Totally
the
different
platinum, the
person.
platinum kid. Yeah, the platinum kid is not among them missing. He would be freaking out if he was.
right.
Yeah.
See, that's
No.
what I thought. I thought that's the one that we were rescuing.
No.
The
No,
special
when you're rescuing is the white dragonkin who you were supposed to come
Okay.
here, who is who you
But
now
what
know
are
you
we
were supposed to come
bringing
and get.
Here?
Well, we're going to take the other children possibly to Strolux, and
Damn.
then the one child that we've come in here for is going to come with us. The white child.
Well,
You
they
say come
decide
with us,
that. I'm
but
going
come with us
search
to
the boat
where?
for the cat.
Back
Okay.
to Strega.
To Strega. Okay.
Go ahead and give me a investigation or perception, either one. So you guys are finished clarifying that right now, Lucas. So you can go ahead and go looking as well too.
Yeah.
Well, here's an idea. When we actually find it and we make sure those children are safe, why don't we get Lucas to teleport us with the child straight to Port Orus?
We'd have to communicate to the ship to let them know that we're doing that, so that the
But
ship
what I'm
can take
saying
off.
is the ship could drop us off and then head back, rather
Yeah,
than
that's-
waiting around and being in danger.
That's totally fine. We can do that. I don't really care how it gets done, so long as we can get it done. How long does your teleportation circle take there, Lucas?
Is it a minute casting time? Or is it an action?
Minute.
A minute casting time, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, not too
So
bad.
we got to keep him concentrating on that spell for 1 minute, and then it'll be up and we can go.
As long as we're not in combat, it's not going to be an issue, is it?
Oh, famous last words.
Famous last words.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
well, cross that bridge when you come to it. You're gonna Grim, with that roll, not a problem. You kind of search around the ship there. You will find the cat literally curled up, like all puffed up, tail hackles up like that. The big ginger cat, with a odd looking collar, with a broad metallic thing around the neck there, kind of. But he is currently in the sort of the storage area where they keep all the there. He's kind of tucked back in there, just kind of like hunched up there, looking kind of like obviously freaked out.
Well, I'll open my cloak in there, and I got a pocket, and I'll just tell him he can hop in there, and I'll keep him safe if he wants to stay hidden. That way,
Yep.
he's not down here flipping out.
Give me a persuasion check. See if you can get him to cooperate, because he's talking about a freaked out cat.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try to pet him and relax him. I don't know what kind of cat he is, but performance
telepathic one.
persuasion.
He's Ginger Maine Coon.
Yeah, he's a big old cat.
He's a big old fairy cat.
Okay. You do manage to calm him enough that he's not going to hop into your coat, but he'll sort of like come out there. He's still obviously this like, and you sort of just occasionally like moving slowly, looking around, but he will kind of follow you wherever you leading him out there.
And I'll pop in that telepathic conversation. I don't like it much, but I'll pop in and say, I found the kitty cat.
Okay.
And I said, he's not happy. Somebody needs to come and get him.
So he'll follow you at the moment here. So because you kind of lead him out there, he just sort of like walks out and kind of.
You won't let me pick him up?
No.
Okay.
You've never seen anyone carry the cat around in the time you've been on the ship. He sort of goes where he wants to go, and like he'll follow. He's usually nearby the navigator, the halfling named Hogarth. There, he's kind of the halfling. He's usually nearby there. Occasionally, you've seen him kind of sitting around with Amethyst. But for the most part,
I'm entirely convinced he's entirely a cat, or has always been a cat. But I guess that's something that will.
Well, according to him, what he told you, he's his ancestor was not a cat, but he is.
Yeah, it's weird.
He's just a ancestor of a person a powerful wizard who was turned into a cat and stayed that way.
Yes, of course.
And a certain percentage of his ancestors are intelligent and telepathic.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Strange.
so you see Grimbar come out there leading the cat back out there, and Hogarth sees him, and we'll just go ahead and, oh, good, you're here. Where have you been? What's going on? And the cat just like just kind of looks up at him and just kind of gives him a sort of a cross look on his face, and well, I'm gonna be up at the navigator's table there. We need to plan out courses and stuff like that. So come up there, and when you're feeling better, of course.
When you feel like better.
Wow.
And
Wow.
Hogarth will head back up above deck, up to where the navigator station is. And the cat will still be there temporarily and kind of looking up at him, looking back at you, looking like just kind of not really not thinking anything.
I'm just going to say, don't worry, Bert. We're going to get you out of here now. Don't worry about it.
And I'll say something to the effect of the lizards. We won't let the lizards eat you.
Not the lizards I'm worried about.
And you hear in your head.
What lizard are we worried about?
All right, now I'm just not happy about that.
And Amethyst,
I'm just not happy about that.
Since you're there and you've had the most conversations there, can't you feel it? There's two minds here, too powerful, too big, too awful. Can't you hear them? They're just there's one in the water, one in the deep. You see like almost like and the hackles are going up again, the tail's puffing out, and like he's just kind of like wincing a little bit. Can't you hear them? They're
no,
calling
but
out.
I think I know what you are referring to, and we are getting you out of here, so don't worry.
At that point, it kind of bounces around to each one of you a little bit to that there, and it's like the one
in the deep is in the water.
There's one in the water and one
where we're going.
One in the water, one in the deep, and like there's a the one in the water was driven out. The one in the deep, reaching out, grasping, trying to take, to consume. And Lucas, you're hearing this now as you have arrived back there and see the cat is back there. And you certainly sort of like get that the grasping, and that dream you had a while back, or vision, or whatever it was, kind of comes back into your mind, as you can definitely, more than most, kind of feel a bit of a presence, faint, but it's there now that you're kind of keyed into it. You can definitely hear the sound, and you can check to make sure that the book is secure, and it is. So Eldon, you did end up sleeping a little bit because Audrey sabotaged your alarm clock.
Oh, how dare her!
Because you had a little bit too much to drink and hadn't been sleeping much, and so she made sure you got at least a couple extra hours of rest.
I got
So
him drunk.
instead of
I got him
5:30,
drunk.
more about 7:30. So
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
That's so much sleep.
Well, you did go to sleep kind of late too, so it's just later sleep there, not a huge amount more sleep than normal. But there you go.
It'd be funny if he's just waking up now and we've all just had this bombshell dropped on us and he's just like completely oblivious.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
considering you weren't here, we'll call that canon because
Yes,
yeah, Eldon was
I
not
have
here.
no clue.
Yeah.
No clue.
Okay.
So yeah. So rather than go all again here, we kind of get quick clip notes here in just a moment here. But so, what would be? So, is your intent to head on the ground, or take the ship somehow and keep from being? I said the captain did say it'd take about 6 to 8 hours, depending on how crazy Ale is going to be. To push it that far. Obviously maybe not right to where you're going there, but within a bit of a walk. Cut down your travel quite a bit there if the ship comes and drops you off. Or do you want to or you want to go on foot?
I think we should take the ship as far in as we can and then go on foot, if that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, we don't want to put them in more danger than we have to, but like that's kind of what they signed up for.
Yeah, the ship doesn't mind. It's mostly just
Mhm.
the people that are more concerned are Kess, your mother, and Grazis, because this is an operation that they don't want an exit point to be found.
Right.
And so it comes out that's kind of the concern there, is more that they don't want anyone to know where they're bringing people in and out of the area here. And so this would be a secret way in and out of Drakoll that we don't want to be discovered.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah,
No, that
we
makes
go
sense.
several miles, like a half a day's travel to the northwest there at the base of the mountains, and now work our way back down to the entrance.
A couple of seconds. So Eldon is going to
That's a
come
couple of seconds.
very groggily to Sora. Oh, my screen's flickering.
Yeah, it's going to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's going to come with my giant notebook of runes to Sora.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Sora.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I slept way too long. This is the latest I have slept in over 70 years.
Feels great, doesn't it?
I do not actually like it.
Oh, sorry.
It was 3 days ago you went to sleep.
No, that cannot be true.
Not really. I just wanted to wind you up.
Eldon is going to check his internal clock. No.
a little fuzzy, but definitely not 3 days. Yeah.
Yeah, a little fuzzy, but definitely. So, we need to attach the runes to your armor. Yes.
Yes.
And I am not 100% on exactly what these do, but I have a good idea. As we did discuss the other day, many very positive magical effects. But I think before we enter into the mines, we do need to secure them. Yes.
Yeah, most
We can do
definitely.
that while we're flying, though, right?
Yes.
Yes, but I will. Sora and I will be preoccupied. Yes, for at least a couple of hours.
Works for me.
Okay.
Perfect. Yes.
So with that sort of idea, that the plan, that so the concerns of being seen, the fact that you can plan to like fly there at essentially at night. Um, they figure out the timing, figure out the distance, figure out the speed they're going to be moving at there, and they basically say that we can take off from here a couple hours before nightfall. They'll get there definitely well after dark. The ship will be very hard to see. You can put down, or like you did last time, and just hop off. Essentially, the ship doesn't even need to land. Essentially, you can just kind of get near where you want to go and just do paratrooper style, and the ship can turn and keep going. As long as it doesn't get too close to either of the cities, and again, put in, as you were saying, kind of right about here, maybe a half a day. That way, you guys can walk through the night, be in the tunnels before it's sunup.
Mm-hmm.
And
Kind of use the darkness
And
to get into. Yeah.
that'll give them all day to get her runes ready.
and they'll give. I mean, Cass can lead you at night. No problem, because he doesn't do well in the daylight anyway, so
There we go.
that will work out for him. So with that sort of a plan in motion, there is and that will also, again, Grazis and your mother are okay with that, as long as I mean, one thing, your mother will pull you aside, Sora, before you're taking off there, and will say, your abilities,
I'll be right back.
are you able to locate people?
I am.
This will help.
Have to.
Hopefully will help. And she hands you a little a carved stone trinket of some kind. All Everyone we rescue carries these. If you search for something like this, it should help lead you to the lost, assuming they still have it. I don't know what happened to their caretaker, but the child should also have one. This should help guide you, at least if you know, so you know you're close.
What does it look like?
It's sort of a triangular, a rectangular carved stone with just some draconic writing in it there, essentially just saying, roughly translates, the symbols in it roughly translate to care for the children.
Okay. I will write that in here so I don't forget it.
Yep. So just so and so essentially that would be, so with having this one and casting locate person or locate object would help you find the other one. If it's in the range of the spell, which I believe is about 1,000 feet would. So
Yeah, that's locate object is what I have. I don't have locate person.
yeah. So essentially locating an object like the one you're holding a lot easier to find in that case. So yeah. So,
Got it.
So
Thanks.
something to help at least.
I appreciate it. It'll make things so much easier.
And so she does not know about any other children. She just knows about the one that you're trying to get there. So,
Mm-hmm.
at that point.
I probably won't be telling her about the others either. Again, the less either side knows, the better sometimes, right?
Sure. So, since it is still morning, you guys have the day to kind of prep things and do things out there. Eldon, you and Sora can spend some time before you leave as well.
Yeah.
Sora, what that means is by the time you get there, if you want to make the change, you can go ahead and do that. Essentially, since you did some of the change on the way here, and then this will be sort of finalizing things. So if you want to swap out and make that change, go for it. Anyone else, things you want to prep or look into or do before the ship takes off? Probably around 6-ish or so. So pretty much we'll have basically essentially they plan to have like essentially obviously the ship's going to prep supplies, do what needs to be done. So Amethyst, Lucas, Grim, anything you want to do before you guys take off?
I'm concerned that if we're going to be traveling all night, we at least need to try to get a short rest time before then, because otherwise we're going to end up with exhaustion points, and we don't.
You have like 10 hours. So and there's going to be 6 to 8 hours on the flight getting there. So yeah, you have.
Okay.
Yeah, you can definitely be rested. I'm not worried about exhaustion. It's this you have all day to have some downtime, and you just came off of a long rest, haven't done anything. So
Yeah.
There's no danger of going in there exhausted.
Yeah, I'm just worried about like Eldon and Sora. I know that they're doing the room things and everything, and if they're doing that all day and then traveling all night, they're going to
Just
be
a couple hours.
It's some time here and there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll worry about the exhaustion. No need to worry about that. You have plenty of time.
Okay.
You can play Mother Cat the whole time there. Make sure get your rest, get your time. Yes. But yeah. I am not going to be I am not going to be imposing any exhaustion on you unless you do something crazy.
Which they
Like
will.
staying up for days learning how to do this rune craft.
Yeah. No, you've been taken care of. Yeah.
Unless you do something crazy. I mean, have you met this bunch?
Sure. I mean, you want to go out and hunt some.
Isn't crazy.
You want to go out and hunt some T-Rexes? Go for it. I mean,
Oh, that's an idea.
No, it's not. Let's go and.
No, I got new abilities.
Okay,
with these
yeah.
room things.
Wait. Times. T-Rexes. Let's think.
Listen.
Instead of
The
resting.
time for taking care of T-Rexes is not now. You have a very important job to do, and we need to help you with that. Let's concentrate on the task at hand, shall we?
I mean,
And get your
yes,
naps
but
in.
lots of snacks and lots of naps. Listen, Mother Hen, I have to learn the new abilities. I just got them. Did you know
And
that
I'm sure there'll be plenty of encounters on the road.
I can go from medium to large?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, neither did I until I plugged it in. So.
Okay.
Just remember, when you do that, you take large damage.
Right.
Yeah. So at least somebody at that point goes, wait a minute, you're going to be in tunnels.
Maybe not be large inside the tunnel. Yeah. Just imagine though, the Kool-Aid Man, large and in charge, busting down the whole house instead of just the wall.
I mean, literally the whole house.
Yep.
Yeah. So essentially, you'll start being able to activate some of the rune abilities, stuff like that, and just kind of testing them out enough to kind of make it so that you can. You're reasonably certain that everything will work fine when you go to use down the road, or later on. So anyone else have any plans? Anything we look into, check out?
I'll ask Kez what we're likely to meet in the tunnel.
Well, there's there's all sorts of subterranean things to deal with there for the most part, but depending on where we're going, I will say this. I'm not going to go down into the depths. I did it before, and I don't like what's down there. You ever heard of troglodytes?
I would say
yeah. I mean,
yes.
I'd say we.
Yeah, essentially, Lucas, you may have heard stories. The thing about troglodytes is, well, they stink.
They stink
really bad, real bad. However,
I know stories from when I was a kid, generations and generations ago, that troglodytes and kobolds were in this area were always at war. Sometime in the past, long time ago, I don't know when exactly, they stopped being a problem. They weren't attacking us. They weren't. But I've heard stories that they're still there, but they're wrong. They're not what they were. And part of the reason I won't go down there is I ran into some and they're not okay. They're I I didn't know what they were even. I'd heard stories, I hadn't seen them, but they were just mindless killing things. Till I got away when I was able to hide, they were just out to kill me. They weren't even intelligent. I don't know what they were. But when I described them, some of the oldsters and some of the people that had more knowledge of the past and stuff, they said that's what they were. But you smell something bad, they're nearby, and you better be ready to fight.
Sounds like my cousin Bernie.
What? Huh?
Not you. I
Oh,
threw a name out. Barney. I should have said Barney.
okay.
I mean, other than that, I mean, there's always subterranean things to watch out for. Depending on how deep you go or places you go. Well, Durgar, I don't know what those are. Those are in your area, the woods there, and Durgar actually are just deep dwarves. I mean, they're not evil, not in this world. They're actually just the ones that never come to the surface. The gray dwarves. There's also, I mean, things that slither and scrape around. I know there's in some parts there's like things like Umber Hulks and things you gotta watch out for. The big bug-eyed things that burrow through and yeah, they're weird. But when I was hiding from the trogs, there was something I saw in the dark. I couldn't make out details. I was trying to keep out of sight. What I did hear sort of a scraping, slithering sound, and I saw red eyes. I don't know what they were, but I stayed out of view. And that's pretty much why I won't go down in the deeps. I'll lead you there. I'll show you the way. But I'm not going to go down there.
Excellent.
And Lucas, yeah.
Yeah, red eyes. Yeah,
Mhm.
That's great. Oh dear.
So, anything else? Okay. Well, in that case, Sora, you spend some time at some point while you're kind of playing around up there. The kids will be watching and trying to check things out and play around with it too. Since you have time for plenty of rest before you go, at least once you will manage to activate the rune, and you guys will see Sora. Assuming you want to try this while people are around.
Yeah, I want to try all my stuffs out.
Okay, so you activate some various runes and things happen. We'll get into what that looks like later on when it becomes relevant. But the big thing that freaks everybody out a bit there is that Sora doubles in height at one point, going from 6 foot something to well over 12 foot tall, as it's just Sora there. Matt just doubles in size, and you see and everyone's just like
I
and
would also like to hit her with an enlarge. when she is doubled that size too, just to see what it would do.
So effectively, Sora, you realize you're like, whoa. And then Eldon throws in large on you, and you go from 12 feet to about 24 feet tall. And you're just like, you're now actually looking at the top of the ship. Like the ship is like you're actually looking at the very top of the mast of the ship while it's on the ground there, and looking down, realizing, oh god, and you suddenly, yeah, I would say this: you have a bit of moment of panic that you really can't move
I don't want to.
because you're gonna crush anything you. Yeah, you're like, so.
Eldon's not funny.
Question.
Yeah.
I've got a climbing speed.
Sure.
Can I climb up her and sit on her shoulder?
Sure. The reason you have a climbing speed is because you do have claws, though. So you're going to be
Yeah.
like, so you kind of like feel this, as I mean, it doesn't penetrate your armor or anything else like that, but you definitely feel the kind of the claws sticking in there as Amethyst climbs up on this, like, as suddenly there's a cat sitting up on your shoulder, probably. Or tabaxi, not a cat, really, but cat. Yep. So, and so Amethyst, you're looking down at just a massive area there. There's a bit of a story. You kind of feel it the same thing on the other side, a little bit lighter, but you definitely feel there as Amethyst on the other shoulder. You look over and you'll see eyes and ears sort of like waving at you.
Hello, this is a very nice viewpoint, isn't it?
Right.
I like it very much.
I feel like I have the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other, and I'm not telling who's who.
Yeah. Well, Blackbird and Whitebird.
Nope.
So with that though, so you kind of eventually the enlarge only lasts for a minute. I'm not sure how long your thing lasts for, if it's also a minute.
It doesn't say.
We'll have to look
Just says I can use it 4 times.
I'm sure it says in the description somewhere. We'll have to look it up there at some point. There's
Yeah, most definitely.
It's not going to be indefinite.
It does last for a minute. I have to move it down.
There you go. Yeah, I know that thought. So after a minute, since you're not used to the timing of it, there you suddenly, and then Amethyst and Eyes and Ears, you're gonna need to give me a little acrobatics check. You're suddenly going to fall 20 feet.
Amazing.
We'll see how well you land it. Essentially, regardless, the damage, any damage would be inconsequential. You manage to land. You kind of like, take a little bit of damage there, but again, you have plenty of time to rest it off and be fine with it later on. So we'll ignore. You kind of like twist your ankle a little bit there and kind of have to rub it out and like, ow.
Whoever knew chat testing its ankle and landing on its feet.
Hey, you're not a cat, as we established. You're a cat person. So
oh, imagine that you twisted your ankle after climbing on me.
Yep. So with that excitement out of the way, the kids are just fascinated by the fact that you just grew to be like bigger than a T-Rex. Basically almost the same size as a pterosaur. Actually, you'd have been looking almost eye to eye with one of them. She was about 30 feet tall, so you would be looking like, pretty close. So anyway, with that though, you're able to get provisions set up there. The crew is ready to go. You'll see kind of them doing their thing there, unless there's anything else you want to do. Hogarth has plowed the course. Bert helping him, of course, as usual, and Ale is kind of looking things over. Audrey and Eldon to make sure things are all in place and ready to go. So, with a last meal, last goodbyes for now, at least. You guys are able to, well, last meal before departure, not last meal ever, I assume. I won't make that assumption.
Hopefully.
That is ominous. The DM said that.
Yes, your last meal before departure. There we go.
He's always trying to kill us. I mean, come on, he's a DM.
Kind of my job. So, please challenge you. Yeah. So with that, the ship will take off there. The kids are kind of running around there watching it take up in the sky. Everyone's like watching and kind of there's some waves and stuff like that. Your mother if you would allow, it does give you another hug
Mhm.
before you go, because hopefully you can come back here soon. Um, if we're not here, we may be at another one of our other places, depending on where you go from here. Keep us posted. And we'll see you soon.
Of course. Don't be a stranger.
So to be
Uh,
clear, where do we drop the kid off once we find it?
Poor Taurus.
Taking it back.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We're going to Port Oris.
All the way to Port Orders. Yep, we're flying directly there from here.
Mm-mm. I think
Teleport.
that the best thing to do is get Lucas to teleport circle us all there with the child, and we'll get the ship to drop us off and send it. Like, don't stay here. It's not
Yeah.
safe. Just leave. We want the ship crew and everything to be safe. So
So with that in mind here, do you want them to just take off after dropping you off, or
Mhm.
stay in the area in case you need to?
I mean, what happens if Lucas dies?
We walk.
No, they're going to
definitely
land. They're going to drop us off, and they're going to leave.
And just
How
We'll
about,
figure
go?
out the rest.
how about they go back to the village? Go back and hang out at
The
this
problem is if there are
lizard
people,
folk.
if there are people from Drakoll at the top of the mountain watching what we're doing, they will know where that village is
Yeah.
and that something is going on, and
Mhm.
possibly come down and attack that village. And that
Well, if
village
they don't
outside
come
of
straight there. In other words, if we come out of a different direction and land and go back in that direction, and they go a roundabout way.
I mean,
Like-
I'd imagine the captain was smart enough to figure that out. But my problem is, I would still feel more comfortable knowing that they left and we used teleportation to get to where we're going.
Mhm.
Well, put it this way: since it is talking over on the way there, the captain will suggest that he can do a fly around the area, do some sightseeing, um, and sort of be in the region, essentially, until you give him the all clear to head back. And
I don't think Bert's going to be happy with that situation, though. That's the thing.
I mean, he'll have to deal with it.
He at least needs to be a bit further out. You
Yeah.
know, go for a
I
bit
mean-
further. Stay close enough that you can come back.
Even
within a
over
few
the
hours if we
course of the
need to.
day and in the evening there, he's at least calm. He's at least calmed down. He's not happy about it, but he's not freaking out like he was because he's had a chance to adjust to it. It literally just kind of, and just in finding out there, basically by the time you guys landed, that's when he was starting to really pick up on it and have a problem with it.
Is there any way I can make a roll to see if I can like logic through his meanderings?
Sure, give me an Arcana check there, but disadvantage in this case because
I
not
saved
some.
the cat. I made him feel better.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, you
Is
definitely.
Lucas saying anything
mean-
about what he believes the cat to be freaking out about?
Well, you already know about my dream. I'll remind you of the dream, yeah.
Okay.
24.
So so Lucas reminding and there, I mean, the fact is, by the sound of it, there's something in the water, something powerful mental presence in the water of some kind. Um, there could that could be a number of things. Most likely,
I was like, can I ask him for more detail?
all he's getting is just like there is a presence. It's like literally just there's a mental presence, and one of the bits that if you press for it there, just something in the depths that is just a powerful mind, a powerful presence of kind there. Most likely, potentially aquatic based mental presence there, aboleth in somewhere in the lake.
besides,
The one thing he did mention, it was driven out from the depth. So something in the deep, the other presence drove out this presence in the water. Who knows how long ago?
So like why we're all standing around. So I was speaking with Bert, and I think I may have come to have you heard of an aboleth, everyone?
Probably not. Maybe Lucas. Give me an Arcana check there if you want to. Yes, you've heard of one. Part of the reason it's somewhat related to the person you studied under, his a sort of obsession, and so it's could be somewhat related.
Um,
It is a powerful psychic thing with tentacles.
Yeah.
So, I read this fascinating book one time by a very powerful wizard who spoke of the monsters of the multiverse, and there are creatures known as aboleths. They are horrific things that will mutate other beings to their purposes through slime and other things. Very tentacly, lots of tentacles. Very bad psionic uh, beast. He's gonna like start giving a whole thing about like how they're extremely strong, like have lots of things. They're very slow on land, but have great speed in water. Can hit like a truck. Can easily mutate humanoid creatures into other abominations. We'll start going through all sorts of things like that. But it's all theoretical because here's a book about it, but I've never seen one before. So terrifying.
And I mean, if the sun has gone down by the time this is all happening here, and Cass is like,
So, can mutate things like troglodytes into weird, mindless abomination monsters?
Oh yeah, yes, most definitely. Very easy.
Did you not
to
see
do.
the T-Rex thing?
that was a giant T-Rex. It was not. It was not a mutant. That was just
That is
yeah. That's just
this
the
amethyst
predator
very
of the valley.
very different from what this thing would do to a humanoid creature. Yes,
You do
very
know that the
easy.
lizard folk don't go out into the deeper parts of the water. They stay along the shoreline. Even the lizard folk can breathe underwater and have swim speeds. They stay along the shoreline. They never go out into deep water. So yes. So as the sun has gone down, you're definitely getting closer to destination there. The captain is kind of one last time to check in with you. So do you want us to land, or do you want to just kind of do your jumping off thing, or we can do sort of a combination thereof? Ale is doing a little bit of sort of maneuvering there. You
Land.
want to
Land.
has an
Well,
idea.
I don't think we
actually,
should land.
I
I
like
really
land.
don't think we should.
I think it would be in our best interest to do as we do and jump.
He's
I've
not
got a
in his
flying
right mind. You
carpet.
know
I'm
that.
fine.
He is like batshit crazy. You know, guys, right?
Well, I mean, at this point, 4 out of the 5 party members have ways of doing flight now. So there is that option as well. So yeah, so essentially as you're getting sort of near it, so Kess is like, okay, well, and you realize, Amethyst, Kess could hop on the flying carpet with you. He weighs almost nothing.
Okay.
He's literally about 30 pounds. Because he's also not carrying around the absolute ton of gear that Eldon normally would. So he has throwing knives and leather armor, and that's about it.
Okay.
So in fact, his yeah, he probably almost more weight and throwing knives on him than he weighs. So anyway, okay.
I
You've
am
got your pick.
15. I am 15 pounds away from being over encumbered.
Oh boy.
If I did not have my bag of holding, I would not be able to walk with the sheer amount of crap I have on me.
Exactly. Lucas, are you going to use flight, or are you going to use your mount?
We're not going on mounts anyway, are we? So I don't want to be the only one with a mount.
You could take
I mean,
Grimbar on your mount.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I could do that. Grimbar's
Okay.
all right.
Captain
Grimbar?
America jump off the ship.
Okay.
Right there behind you, Eldon. Let's go.
Okay. So Grim. Lucas does summon up the Pegasus, which you saw before when he and Amethyst flew off the Gem Hollow. You're welcome to hop on that, so you're not having to worry about hurtling toward the ground. Or
That I can do.
okay.
I don't have an
So
issue with that.
Just a horse.
Pegasus has no problem. So Lucas and so Pegasus hops up on there, and so Amethyst and Kess, Sora and Eldon. Okay, Eldon, you activate your flight, I assume.
Well, I'm just
Or
gonna
you-
free fall.
You're gonna free fall for a bit. Okay.
When we're about to hit the ground, I'll cast slow fall on Sora and myself.
No, I got
Okay.
flying boots.
Go.
I'm gonna use
My
my
Oh,
flying
boots.
boots.
I gave you boots. Okay, no, just kidding. We'll
No,
rock
you
it.
gave
We'll
me
rock
boots,
it
and I
down.
gave her
Yeah.
boots, and she ripped them apart.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, you had to redo them. So
Because you stole something from a.
Uh-huh.
The carpet
thing we were
followed me out.
It followed her
specifically
out.
told not to
follow
do.
me
Listen,
home.
We're going to have a conversation about this. You stole a lot more from that place than I ever could.
Sora's jumping.
Even with a portable
Okay.
hole, you stole
Yep.
way more than I ever could.
All right.
So
Yes.
with that, then we have basically everyone's able to activate whatever they're going to do there, spend whatever you need to expend to do this, and you end up on the ground a little bit north, kind of at the base of the mountains there. So the captain is sort of as soon as you guys are all off, the ships are sort of banks and just kind of goes off in a sort of a southerly direction, kind of following the river bank, the river kind of south this way. You don't. It is nighttime. It's totally dark at this point. There's a bit of cloud cover, so it isn't. Yeah, you don't really see any issues in terms of things coming toward you. You're on the ground, and Cass is like,
You people are all kind of crazy, but in a good way, I guess. Let's. I mean,
so you're able to kind of use your flying and whatever as long as you can there to cut the time down, kind of moving down low on the ground there. And after a couple of after your flight spells wear off, which is I believe is an hour or 10 minutes. 10 minutes, right?
I think it's 10 minutes.
Okay. After 10 minutes, your flight spell's cut out. You kind of have to at that point kind of go back to moving on foot there. It was okay there. You're able to kind of keep low and watch for any issues there. Kess guides you along the mountain lines there, on the mountain line to about where the river. You start to see where that and in the nighttime, there's just enough light to kind of see the plains stretch out there, and the kind of the water shimmering in the moonlight toward kind of leading away from the mountain there. And Kess kind of points to where the river is there.
that's about where we're heading. Right there. There's a lot of natural tunnels and caverns and stuff that come out around where the river exits the mountain. So we're going to be going into one of those. We'll be able to head into the mountains that way. Anything else? Everyone ready?
He doesn't seem like the obviously he doesn't seem to worry about you there, Grim. You're gonna be fine. Even Eldon, he's like,
I'm not sure about you, but and the rest of you okay to be going underground?
Can't
It-
see where I'm going, but I'll be fine.
You don't have a way to see
Up to you anyway.
see in the dark?
I don't. Well, I have dancing lights,
Yes.
but I thought this was being covert.
Okay.
yeah, that's what you say.
Can anybody cast out vision? Because if not, we probably should have thought about that before we left to go somewhere.
mean,
really dark.
You can
I-
use lights. I mean, it's a matter of there's going to be an issue of
I can't cast dark vision.
I mean, I have dancing lights. It's a thing. It's attached to my
Yeah.
cape.
And I mean,
But-
I have
Use my lantern because you can close that when you need to.
Well, I can also activate my lantern and control how much radiance it gives off. It can go from
Okay.
5 to 30.
So you have ways of getting some light there, and it's like, well, I mean,
not the best, but yeah, if you hear or see anything there, kill the lights and figure out what you need to do here. And so you're probably going to be underground for a while. I don't know how far you're going or where exactly it is, but I'll lead you to where so I'll lead you to where where the route would take us. And
Where
then we'll
you were
see them
supposed to
find-
go. Mhm.
Yes. Well, where they were supposed to come out. And then, yeah, we will see where we're at from that point. Try to find clues, find evidence there, figure out where we're headed at that point there. And then, assuming they are deeper, then that's where we'll part ways and I'll let you do some exploring. Like you got a dwarf with you. That should help a lot. So,
and so
They have
with that,
nothing to
like,
fear.
and he's like, okay, and so he leads you up to a crack, and so you see there are a number of places where water is coming out from the sides of the mountains, and it's kind of spilling down. There's a couple, even some waterfalls spilling down in the moonlight there, setting up a spray, and in a large section where there's a really large opening where water is kind of pouring out through this massive cave opening there, and he leads you to a space about 20, 30 yards to the left of that, where there's a little crack in the rock, about maybe 6 foot wide, and enough space that you can kind of see the opening there. It's covered in ferns and other plant growth there, and he sort of brushes it aside there to see there's an opening large enough for you all to go in here.
it's our way in. The sound of the water should cover our, but we're gonna deviate from the water pretty quickly here.
And there's a dark tunnel beyond that passage. All natural stonework, no real evidence of people coming and going that you can see.
Mm.
So who's
Make a big perception check as we're entering into this crazy tunnel.
absolutely. Grimbar, do you want to lead the way, or do you want to be, I assume you're
Sure.
up near the front? Okay.
I'm
Give
up
me
here.
investigation or perception, whichever one, since you're the first one heading in. Any details or anything up there? Excellent. Yeah. So you do see very faint signs that someone's come through here. Just probably this has been used at least by people coming and going from here, but they're very well disguised and very and not frequent. There's not like a lot of foot traffic coming in and out of here, but you definitely spot signs of this has been used. So you're able to see, kind of pick out various ways there, and yeah, you're able to follow the tunnel. It goes down there, and within
Jim, as
within,
we go in, I'll be
yeah,
doing
go ahead.
an inspiring speech for
Excellent.
everyone.
So sure, yeah. So or as on the way there. So yeah, everyone make yourselves up with the 17 bonus hit points, or a temporary HP.
Temporary.
That lasts until a short rest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So Grim, you're able, and with Cass kind of following behind you as he's sort of like guiding the way here. And so there's a couple of twists and turns, a couple of little branch side passages with that, and he guides you which ones to go to. You quickly, so you kind of head in there, and you quickly start to realize you're heading. You know, stone cutting wise, you're heading a bit down slope. You're already sort of moving down deeper. And for those of you who've never really been in tunnels before,
We lost Nan.
yeah, and
I'm
okay.
still here.
Yeah,
I'm just
so
eating.
go ahead and
Later.
after, so you kind of it's heading down there. Within about an hour, you're kind of like, this is odd. You see various, it's an uneven natural passageway. There's a couple spots you can kind of move sideways to get through, and ends. Sorry, you're a little bit. You never feel like you're going to get stuck, but you definitely have to kind of scrape past a couple things occasionally, as the rocks are sort of like jutted out this way one spot, and you had to kind of like fit around some of these passageways. And so those of you who are, I would say Amethyst, Lucas, and Sora, give me some some wisdom saving throws to kind of keep your cool, as this is a wholly new situation for all of you.
15.
Yeah. You keep it together. There's a couple of spots where you kind of feel a bit of a welling of panic as you're underground for the first time, and you quickly push it aside and are able to kind of keep focus on the path there as you move down in there. It is a single file winding passage. It suddenly is heading deeper. After about an hour or so, your ears pop as you feel the pressure has changed there, and you realize that you're probably, there's nothing but rock above you for quite a long ways. It is quiet, and without the lantern, there is no light here at all. And those of you with dark vision without the light, it's an odd sort of, it's not like when you're in anywhere on the surface when you're using dark vision. That's more just like everything's just kind of gray tones and you can see the outlines of everything. Here it's just this sort of dark outlines of things, almost like a chalk drawing of surfaces and edges. And it's just this weird distortion there. Grimbar, you've seen this before. You've been underground, so you know this is the dark vision with the absence of any light is just this dark outlines of stuff, and you can make out your way around things and see the passages, but there's no color, there's no detail to anything you're seeing. And so
but
that
we're underground and it feels good.
yeah, it's been a while for you too.
Yeah. Feels comfortable.
Yep.
Very comfortable.
And yeah, you're not worried about you're not worried about the passage is never really uncomfortably short for you. It's anywhere from 5 to 6.5, 7, 8 feet tall in some spots there where it opens up a bit there. You can see sort of like little jagged rock formations and stuff in there. So there's a couple spots you're having to kind of duck as well. But
It's a tight squeeze, just like that stupid Rune King's tomb we were in.
a bit, yeah. You and I having to crawl like you were in that one section there, but yeah, there's definitely a situation where you're having to duck and twist and move around things. It's you start to lose track of time. Hold on, you have a good sense of timing here. You've been under here for hours at this point. You're not sure exactly how long, but I mean, even your sort of internal clock is going, okay, trying to piece together 4 or 5 hours somewhere in there since you've entered the tunnels here.
And we're still heading down the whole time.
It's sort of like it levels off and then slight
gradient.
It's steadily downward. And there's a point where Cass,
It's like, slow down, everyone, slow down. We're coming up on a you'll see. Grim, it's about maybe a couple hundred yards up around that next bend there.
and as you come into around this next
Should
corner,
I go and scout ahead?
you can definitely do that. Can wait everyone wait.
Okay.
It's still quiet. Give me a stealth check just to see if there's any
All of us.
you all stop as Grim moves ahead there. So yeah. And we'll have actually Cass will go along with you because even with that. Even with a low roll there, actually he's high enough level so essentially as you kind of move forward there, Cass moves up with you, just very quietly. He makes not a sound behind you as he's sort of like moving behind you there. And as he ran on the passageway, you'll see that there is a really large opening. It sort of opens up into this cavern. It's by the standards you've seen so far here, huge, probably about 12 feet tall, jagged stones everywhere. But you can see that there's definitely signs of more traffic off to the right of this passage as it heads kind of off into off the right there. And there's the tunnel sort of continues on to the left. And so Cass is like, it's and so as you watch there, give me a perception check.
All of us are just
Just
Grim
these,
Just
Grim. Just Grim.
Yeah.
He's moved up around the bend there. More for a visual to see if he spots anything. Okay. You will spot at least a couple places where there is actual, like right up on the wall over in the passageway, kind of in the larger section there is a like a torch sconce. Like someone can put a torch into the wall there. There's signs of maybe some not really like a campfire, but like a ring of stones where someone could like light a small fire there, and
Is
a couple
it
of
radiating heat?
no, it's cold. Absolutely cold there. But you see, there's a couple of like suspiciously placed stones that would almost be like seats around that little ring there. So it's almost like a spot where someone could pause and rest if they needed to. Currently, no one there. No sign that someone's been there, but you definitely spot kind of tucked away in this larger area a place where someone could rest.
A planned resting area.
Yeah.
A known
So
camp.
so the first time you've actually seen signs of any
Life.
actual like presence, life, but it is currently quiet.
Guess I think we're all clear. I'll tell the rest to come up.
Okay.
Okay.
And now I'm gonna hide in the shadow, so to speak.
Sure. Yeah, you kind of
it's pitch black, but still.
yeah.
There's
Essentially-
people down there that could see me, and I'm gonna try to
Yeah.
hide from those that could.
So
You
you
know.
move stealthily out of the way there, kind of keeping a good view of this room, this chamber here, where this is, and yeah, it's you don't hear anything, you don't see any movement, nothing seems to be tracking you at all either, and so you kind of move into a good spot where you can watch it, but you're out of view of anything. The rest of you see Cass approach there, say,
I think we're all clear here. There's a place where we could pause for a little bit there, and there's no signs of anyone being by. So yeah, let's head on in.
And so you guys again see the same thing there. You don't see Grim for a moment there unless you make your presence known to the rest as they approach. But yes, you see a small ring that would maybe used for lighting a fire. Potentially there's some like coals in there that are long dead. A couple of stones that would serve as like seats around this. There's a wall sconce on there, and a passageway that definitely continues like further off. A fairly more established one, and then off to the left is a similar passage going, and that one you'll notice actually has a distinct slope down and goes off the other way.
So Cass is well, we can investigate around here, see if we spot anything. I don't know. I
Here's my question.
this is where we would meet essentially, and
So they
take
come
people
from
out
that way. They come
way.
from that way. But yet their path is going down this way this time. So somebody, instead of meeting here and going up, they
Well, you don't
continue
see-
going down.
No, you don't actually. The passageway that continues to the left there, you haven't investigated. It's there. There's just signs of life off to the right, and this area where they could meet and stuff. And a larger passageway that goes off that direction. And Cass tells you that they would come from that way. That's the way to go to Agiris.
Okay, but the off to the left, I'm going to investigate around there
Cool.
and see what I can see. Does it look like instead of going up, they went down?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me some. And everyone else wants to check around the campsite area there. Look around.
Yeah, go ahead and do
Perception investigation. Yeah. So I'm just tell me where you're looking. What you're looking for specifically. or is it general?
I'm looking
Yeah.
for signs of movement
Yeah.
or traffic going down or up.
Okay.
26 and
I am
26
rolling
around the
poorly.
same thing. I'm looking for like any signs of like
Wow.
like food, anything
Okay.
that's the sign that they've been here and
Okay.
how long they were here.
Okay. All right. Then in that case, this is a good round of rolls from pretty much everybody. That's awesome. Okay. So we'll start with hit you last there, Graham, because you're heading off in a different direction from where else is currently. Um, let's start off with Lucas and Amethyst. You will definitely take note of um of foot traffic. That there's definitely been people who have moved through here. It's hard to say how long ago, but the fact that there's no wind and rain and anything else down here, you assume there you can't tell there's tracks on top of tracks. You can definitely see in the dust and dirt here. Um, Nothing looks super recent, but it's hard to tell exactly because you're not master trackers. You can definitely tell if there's foot traffic. The traffic definitely goes off in the direction that Cass says, off toward Agiris. Um, there is another passageway that kind of loops around and goes back. And Eldon, seeing that as well, kind of making note of that there. You're kind of piecing it together in your mental map there. You don't have stone cutting, but you've been underground most of a lot of your life there. It probably would go back toward where the river would go, off in that direction there. So there's maybe some sort of another passageway that would go down to where the river would be, based on where you've wound around here a bit. Um, Signs of you don't Amethyst, you will find some bits of chipped stone, like maybe if someone was like chipping some stone or something, some bits of shiny pieces, maybe some chipping some obsidian to around where the seats are. Um just basically what they call flakes or shards. Someone kind of chipping away at a piece of obsidian, maybe to make a decorative item or a knife or something like
Arrowhead,
that.
spearhead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much. It's yeah, it's not a lot, but it's like someone was probably doing it idly, based on they're kind of sitting at a little thing. They're kind of doing that to pass the time for the most part.
Just carving something.
Yeah. Uh, Eldon, you were looking for specific. Say that again. You were looking for specific traffic signs of life. You're fairly certain this is not. There's probably with the 26 poking around the fire pit. The coals there are recent enough that it would be probably 5 or 6 days old at this point, which tracks with about they expected it to be um at have come out of the village um a number of days ago. So it's probably it does track in line there. Someone was probably here at this campsite 5, 6 days ago, roughly. Um Grim with a 20. Around that way, you will spot some tracks. And looking where they're and Eldon, Amethyst, Lucas, you sort of piece together there are definitely signs among the footprints. And Amethyst, you're kind of picking at the little flakes. They're kind of just there. You will spot as the light shines around there some blood. And there are definitely signs of some struggle.
Right, okay.
Grim, you see that there are footprints that are a type you don't recognize. The footprints here are typically either going to be kobold. You definitely see Kess's footprints there, and they're sort of small clawed footprints, or larger dragonkin footprints, which are also large clawed there. These are odd, different shaped, different size. And there's definitely a set that comes up and goes back. something came from that way into here and then went back. You're muted currently.
Yeah, muted Grim.
Yeah.
Are there other smaller footprints with it?
No footprints.
I'll continue looking and delve and maybe ease down that hallway a little bit to see
Sure.
what I can hear.
Give me a listen. Give me a perception check on this one, and everyone else give me a perception check too, just in the area here.
I'm gonna have my bird look. He's got better dark vision than I do.
Well, this is actually not necessarily vision.
I will point the blood out to the others. Say I found
Yeah.
some blood stains.
Okay. Okay. So Sora, when you got the bloodstains there, you guys, there's not enough that someone bled out here. I mean, you know combat and fighting and so that. So this wasn't someone obviously didn't bleed out here. They were probably pummeled unconscious or something like that. Because so they weren't run through or stabbed or killed here, but they're definitely some blood
Rendered
here to show the
unconscious,
signs.
easier to manipulate.
More than likely, yes. Amethyst, you're probably going to pick up this most here. You definitely smell a bit of a rancid stench of some kind that you think might be from the campfire, but as you move away from the campfire, no, it's definitely very, very faint, but just enough. I mean, a cat's nose is going to be more attuned to this than other ones here. It's not something that definitely you're picking up on. As you kind of like are sniffing at that, Cass will sniff at it too and going,
Oh, that. Yeah,
What?
that's Trog.
I
That's
see.
that. It's
yeah, your cat-like nose, not you that you are a cat.
I know.
Eldon, in kind of moving around this, and Grim, you can confirm this here, that it appears that someone was probably knocked unconscious. Based on the footprints and everything else, they were lifted up, and probably a smaller set of footprints nearby also lifted up and carried down the other way.
Okay.
Yep. That's what definitely so based on putting this all together, yeah, that's what you're kind of picking up here.
Yeah, and I'll come back up the. I went down a little bit and came back, and I'll tell them what I found.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Yes, I would
We go
estimate
down.
this. Yes, I estimate this happened 6 days ago. We may need to move a little faster than we would like. It is worrisome that it has been that much time. Yes.
Didn't Cass say the troglodytes are feral and would just attack anybody rather than they seem to be carried off? That seems a bit unusual.
yeah, that's not normal.
Yes, which leads me back to the aboleth, as it does have complete control over its servants, and very worrisome. Yes.
Well, it seems you have a trail and you have a bit of the way here. That heads down.
Where you're not willing to go.
I'm not going down there. No. I think I'll make myself scarce. I mean, I still live in Aziris.
You know, we can offer you a dragonkin princess. You know, I mean, we can make a deal for you to come with us.
I don't
Royalty.
know what I do with a dragonkin princess. So,
Who's your
just an
dragonkin
offer.
princess that you're just throwing around?
Nothing. Nothing. I don't say anything. Actually, those
Oh,
of you that the higher insights, sure. Amethyst Lucas, you will see Kess actually look at Sora and then get sort of like
No, I'm sure that's not okay. But no, I am.
I know
and
her dad.
do you though? Do you? Do you? Because I don't. So
I was
please
going to say
enlighten
she
me.
doesn't. Yeah.
You and the
so
DM would be the only people who know my dad. So enlighten me here.
he's not your dad. Um, so, so
I'm just trying to get more help, so I'm having
yeah,
a conversation here
yeah.
with.
We
Uh,
don't need more help. We're big, strong, strapping. Well, some of us are big adventurers that can
Oh,
do things. What?
are you a princess?
Low blow.
No, I am not a princess.
and that means something very different in Dragonkin
It
society.
does. It really does. We don't know that until it happens. Oh, guys, seriously. I'll
so
explain later. Let's just
so with
go.
that,
I mean,
sort of like
Clutch thing?
we
Huh?
have a lot of we do have quite a bit of walking to do. If you would like to explain it while we're walking.
I'll wink. I'll
Yeah.
wink at Cass and reach out my hand and give him a shake and say thank you for showing it.
he shakes your hand, he reaches up there and shakes your hand there.
Be safe, and I don't know if I'll see you again anytime soon, but it was good spending time with you. I hope
Was
that
it?
the child is safe and you can help them and their caretaker. I assume. So,
Uh, can I give him one of those common runes?
Absolutely.
The health rune. Just
Oh. Thank you. I appreciate this.
He sort of affixes it to kind of his collar a little bit on the arm. He kind of tucks it in there, and
I appreciate it. I think that's
Yes. Yes. This will increase your health. When you take potions and
He wants to play too, Dad.
he,
Come on.
he will thank you as he's playing.
very good. I appreciate that, and like good luck, everyone. And if you need of anything, or if you um, just want to send something my way, let me know what happened. I would appreciate it. But I'm going to head, home.
And with that, he will head off to the passageway back to Aziris. Moving off in that direction there very quietly and stealthily, leaving you alone at the campsite there with the trail heading down. And with that, we're going to go ahead and jump to break and head on the next leg of our journey into the deeps. And we'll see you again real soon, about 5 to 10 minutes or so. Take care, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And we're back. So, you are heading down into the deeps following a trail. Um, it's you weren't able to really figure out numbers of attackers. It was obviously at least two because two people were carried off, but it's hard to say how many there were exactly. So it's a matter of, I mean, it's definitely multiple, but it was not like dozens. You're certain of that based on what's here, but it's hard to say exactly how many there were. Um, so as you head down into this twisting depths, um, you definitely feel a difference. Above, there was still a little bit of air. There was still occasionally just the right bit of hearing a little rush of water, a little trickle here and there. As you start heading down, within a half an hour or an hour of leaving that area up there, there's no sound. It is just dead silence. And again, no light as before. But what you are picking up is a definite, you're after a bit of time, you're all catching a bit of that smell. That it's sort of a rancid, it's hard to describe, but it's just this rancid meat and just foul, like musky smell that it's just not anything you've ever experienced before. Grim,
Did it just
Charlotte,
start? Did it just start, or has it
it's
been easing into it?
you caught whiffs of it
smell.
up over there, but as you're heading down, you're definitely catching more of it. It's not overpowering. It's not, but it's just one thing that you definitely catch it. It's just a bit of a hint that you're catching, and those who are a little bit more sensitive noses are occasionally going, "Oh, it's not pleasant, but not like making you sick or anything else like that."
I'll hand motion to them to stop. I'm gonna and let them know I'm gonna ease on up a little bit and see
Okay.
what I can find.
The passage
And
continues. Yeah, go ahead.
do I see any as we're moving? Do I see any passages leading off of it or anything like that?
Not immediately. If you as you kind of like move out ahead of them, they do keep moving because otherwise,
Work or
uh,
unworked stone?
all unworked. There's no worked stone here. It's all natural cavern. And again, there's a couple of places we can kind of like ease out around a passageway, and occasionally there'll be sort of like little like what you might be branching off. It sort of like ends up in a little dead end essentially. And so you start to check out these little side passages. Eventually, yes, you will find a little passageway that goes off a little way up this line that I said there, side there. And so, but one thing you'll run into is that tracking with dark vision is almost impossible. Like you can't see enough details in the scrapes and dust in the ground to get a really good bit of tracking. So you will have to use some light if you do want to follow actual tracks on the ground. So keep that in mind as you branch off.
Even the dullest flicker, a match light's going to be the size of a torch down here.
Pretty much. Doesn't take much.
I'll can I kind of join him up there a little bit with
Yeah,
my
if you-
magical tinkering?
If you pause and look there, yeah, hold on, you kind of hear hold on stepping up behind you there, and
And I've got my boots of elven kind on sound
Okay.
dampener things.
Okay.
So
So very little sound, but enough that you can kind of hear him coming because he's not a master of stealth by any means.
yep. And then I'll go ahead and take out one of my magical tinkering, so it's just a 5-foot radius.
Okay.
That's all the light it gives us.
So you get a little bit of a light there, about the size of a candle, essentially. Enough that it does light up very well, and you did get some details. It's.
I'll shield my eyes.
I mean, it's not going to blind you. It's at this point. It's like it's enough that that you can kind of light it up there and
It's a
and
red
see.
light.
And yeah, between the two of you, with a little bit of light there, moving slowly there, you'll definitely find the right trail. The signs that are there. You'll eventually find a spot where maybe a drip of blood from someone, if they obviously had a head wound of some kind, they may be bleeding a little bit. So, you definitely get back on what you feel to be the right trail.
Okay.
It's at this point between the stop up above and where you're at right now, it's probably going to have been a good 8 or more hours of
Should we take a
moving
break?
down here.
How are we feeling? How am I feeling?
I mean, at this point, you got to rest on the way here, so you're not like needing to sleep.
And what we're doing is, other than a long flip and walk, nothing really extreme.
Yeah, you have not had an issue with any major exertion or anything else, and you haven't. So, I leave it up to you what you guys want to do. I mean, you can definitely push on. You're not moving into exhaustion territory at all yet, but it's been a while now. So, between you and Eldon, you're fairly certain it's been about eight or more hours. Go ahead, Sarah.
I just want to keep going.
Okay, you push.
Well, we will need to stop soon, though. We are approaching 9 hours here shortly, and we will start burning a lot
If
more
we
energy.
stop, it should only be for a short while. Nothing drastic.
Look,
But
I'm imagining these poor kids who have been kidnapped, frightened and scared, and don't think anybody's coming for them. And we're not going to push on. We're just going
And what
to
if
rest.
the people that get to them to rescue them are too exhausted to fight for them? What happens then?
We're not exhausted. We had a
No,
long
not yet.
rest. 8 hours ago, we just had a long rest.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, all I'm asking for is like 3 more hours.
Okay.
I mean, you definitely can like drink some water, eat a little bit of rations or whatever that you have with you. Not a problem there. You didn't come here unprepared, so you definitely have enough to kind of keep you going there. You will notice that definitely the smell is ever present. Again,
and
not
that's what I'm worried
nauseating.
about. The closer we get to it, the harder, the long it's going to be harder to take a break and rest in it. So that's my whole point. Let's rest now, and
I'm gonna put on my rebreather.
Okay. So we decided that was going to give you advantage to any sort of inhalation and based effects. Okay.
Yeah. It just
it dampens it enough.
Smell.
It dampens it enough that you don't really like. It isn't like the rest of you are sort of kind of getting. It's kind of getting a bit nauseating, but not to the point where it's like, ugh. It's the idea of like you smell a skunk off the road, but you're not on top of it. You can kind of smell it in the distance a little bit there, but it's definitely present. You can kind of still smell it, but it's just kind of.
Well, I'm just
not
afraid we're going to
close.
walk into a whole camp of these things and not be able to function because of the smell.
You are. I mean, that is a danger.
Yeah.
It-
So I'm saying
it's
let's take a rest. What's
danger
a short
either
rest?
way.
2 hours?
1 hour.
Like an hour roughly.
Okay.
I will say this. Just DM talking here. There is no benefit to encountering these things now as opposed to after a short rest.
Okay.
So I mean, so in terms of, I mean, it's not a bad idea to take a rest, drink a bit there, but there's no.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't sure if there was what's going to happen, or whatever. I mean, we haven't really cast any spells yet or anything like that.
No.
Yeah.
If we rest, it needs to be for the whole night. So
yeah. So speaking of which, can you locate that thing? I mean,
I have the stone I
Should-
can use the location, but it only lasts for an hour. So like we have to where we think it would be, and I think it only
Okay.
goes out to 100 feet from where
1,000. Yeah.
1,000 feet.
It's
Sorry.
1,000 feet.
Yeah.
It's 1,000 feet.
So like we would have to be within 1,000 feet for it to even ping on my radar.
Yeah. It's a potential risk. That's not concentration, is it?
A concentration for 10 minutes.
Oh, it is. Okay. Then yeah. She also be
Yeah.
maintaining concentration on it. Okay.
So yeah, I can
Alright.
like move with it and concentrate on it for 10 minutes while we're moving.
Well, let's just
but-
keep on moving then.
It does take a spell slot, which means I wouldn't have that spell slot to do other stuff with.
Okay. If we took a rest, you use it. How could you get it?
Need a
the
long
spell
rest
slot
for that.
After
Okay.
another long rest, yeah.
Yeah.
Long rest.
Long rest. Yeah.
All right. Let's go from there then. Let's keep on going then.
All right. Well, within about maybe a half an hour more, roughly there, you're definitely at a point now where the smell is stronger. You can't help but notice that it is. And if you scroll down on this map here, you'll see a spot where you can see the bit of the map. You can place yourselves down there. You kind of see what. Oops, let's find it back there. There you go. Yeah. Move yourselves onto the map there. Somewhere in there, you'll see. I assume Grimbar out in front a little bit there. Yeah, so it's sort of a T intersection here.
All right. Compendium.
Yep. Yeah, I'll just drag
You're gonna have to move me out again because
There you go.
apparently it's not happening.
No worries. There you go. Should be able to move that one.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so you are a bit of a T intersection there, and you definitely need perception checks at this point. I mean, this is like I said, about maybe half an hour, maybe an hour or so more. Again, time's getting a little bit fuzzy for you guys because we've been down here for quite a while. Yeah, Eldon, you're sort of like piecing it together there.
I was doing that. I was looking
sorry.
Look at my
yeah.
bird because he's got better
Okay, good.
perception.
Okay, so the owl, then another owl. Okay.
Too, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Lucas and Amethyst, you definitely are hearing kind of shuffling movement. Not footsteps, not voices per se, but sort of just a shuffle here and there. Like there's something kind of Grim, you will also beyond that, you will pick up there is a faint sound of a voice, maybe. It's there's a and you can't make out words, but there's some sort of croaking, sort of gravelly sounding thing. It again, even with the crit there, you can't tell exactly where it's coming from because you are in a passageway, but you just barely hear that there's something that sounds almost like language. Like there's just the way it's coming through there, you don't recognize it. But there's definitely some sort of shuffling movement, and there's that faint bit of what could be a voice or a talking of some kind. You're muted again. Perfect.
I can't get a direction on it.
Well, there is a network of passageways as far as you can tell, so it's ahead of you somewhere. But yeah, even with a crit there, you can't get an exact. It's very faint, so it's not close. You know that for sure.
I'll bring that up in our in her network and
Is that network's not established yet? So Amethyst, are you going to establish a network there?
Yes.
Okay, so you faintly sort of like there, and Amethyst pops up the telepathic link, and you guys can all think to each other now. The smell is strong, and the strongest it's smelled so far. Again, not to the point where you had to make any save, but it definitely is strong.
So I'm gonna come up to here. I'm gonna take a step forward, and I'm gonna look. Which way is the gradient going farther down? Is it left?
It's fairly even on both sides. You're kind of into sort of a network of pathways. Maybe a little bit more to the right, a little bit more down to the right, but it's not significant. With your stone cutting and a natural 20 there, and I'll roll that ahead a little bit there. It's a little bit more sloping downward to the right. And let me open up a little more visual there for you moving off in that direction, because you can see a bit more, and that it does seem to potentially open up roughly. It may bend around to the left a little bit, right around here.
Okay.
And from there, also, let me open it to the right here. You're going to see. Let me do that real quick. Boop. 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 Okay, and you'll see kind of a passageway kind of goes up there and maybe goes a little bit off to the left over here. So it's sort of a little bit of a branching spot here, and then sort of a branching spot over this way.
And I'll bring that up. I'm going to say the closest branching spot is right up here to the left. I'm going to ease up that way and check it out if they want.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check as you are now easing up that way. And go ahead and move yourself where you want to go.
I'm it looks like I'm not getting the agreements to the no. Silence.
Oh, no.
Stealth check. Oh shit.
Oh, wow.
I fumbled.
Wow.
Okay. So in that case, that works out okay. I will say, as you head up this direction, I'm going to go ahead and do this.
You hear me say, "Oh shit!"
Well,
I step
of it,
on something, and
you-
I know I just made a noise.
You do step on something. It's definitely sort of a squishy mass of some kind. Smells very, very bad, and you and as you kind of step in there, you hear sort of essentially you step in it and it's slippery. It squishes a little bit, and you kind of slide a little bit and thud against the wall next to you right there. And
I poop.
maybe it's like, again, you're not seeing color at this point there, but there's sort of a squishy mass on the ground there, about the size of yay big. I mean, it's you're not sure what is exactly there, but you're probably glad you can't see what color it is or anything else right now. It's still in dark vision time. Nothing immediately sort of like makes no alarm goes up or anything else there, but you all hear him like flip a little bit and thud against the wall. I don't know that you can hear him around the corner and hear him say, "Oh shit."
I'm gonna stand there a minute, or well, not a minute. I'm gonna stand in there for a second, make sure I don't hear anything like coming or anything, and I'm gonna take another step.
As
And
you are,
and I'm just taking a step to one
Okay.
right there.
Okay, no problem.
Do I need to
As
roll
you
anything?
do there, not yet. No, you're good here. As you step over there, you will, let me just kind of map this little space out here. The little polygon reveals a little fun. Okay. You will see sort of a little opening here. What the heck?
The stuff that's going on in our head, Jim. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
of course. Yeah, no problem at all. You will hear something back this direction. There's sort of a little shuffle of footsteps or
Okay.
movement. Not so
see
much footsteps,
anything.
but
Which way?
a scrape. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me shift over back to the token layer. Right here. So that direction there. You definitely said it.
All
See.
right.
Also from that
So-
position there, you can also see that there is an opening up this way.
One more time. Show me again.
And right here.
Okay.
Yeah, there's an opening there. It continues back that way, and you definitely heard a sound from back there. What are the rest of you doing while he's kind of moving up there quietly? I mean, just staying put, or are you gonna move up ahead yourselves?
And I tell them, I say
Before
something
these
about
two freaks who
I
are singing for a start.
do hear something.
It's in our head. We'll be
It's in our
fine.
heads. It's totally in our heads. I wanted to kind of
Right.
send my owl flying up this way.
Okay.
I'm really glad I added you two to the
stealthily.
telepathic bond.
Okay. I luckily, I mean, owls are fairly stealthy, but it is a metal owl.
It is a metal.
It's hard to
owl.
fly slowly as an owl. So, but yeah, have your owl
I have
give you
my bow out.
It has
Sure.
advantage, and it has.
Yeah, give me a stealth check just to kind of move quietly through the. I mean, again, there's rock walls there, but it does manage to not to scrape its wings along the wall anywhere because of metal scraping on stone would make a bit of noise, no regardless there. But it moves quiet enough that you can move it ahead there. That's fine. Yeah. So there's, whoosh.
He's just kind of like staying near the top, but
Yeah.
he's
I will
flying.
reveal a little bit more of that in that direction there.
I'm looking through his eyes while
Yep.
we're.
Okay. So you are blind to everything else right now.
Yep. Blind and deaf.
Yep. So keep that in mind. You better not be moving. And you will
I'm
see
holding on
this
to amethyst cloak there.
Holding on to my what?
Your
cloak.
tail, obviously.
Oh, tail.
No, your
Okay.
cloak. I'm just playing.
Yep. All right. So that's what you see right there. Around, kind of, yeah. It sort of goes off to the right and left. Wraps up around that way. And give you a perception check to the owl too, real quick there to see mostly what it hears. Actually, not going to be a seeing thing at this point. And I'll let the rest of you. Okay, good. And I'll let the rest of you kind of Lucas and Amethyst. Were you just kind of hanging back and waiting, or start moving forward? Or what are you thinking?
I'm going to wait for Grim to say
Okay.
the coast is clear or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, just wait.
All right. So you hold back there. It's fine. All right.
Why is he deaf and blind? Why is Holden deaf and blind?
He's looking through
He's
his owl.
looking through his owl right now.
I'm
It's
looking through
familiar.
my familiar.
Right. Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't wonder.
familiar's over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did see the familiar go. Just kind of take off quietly off to the right.
Sorry, I was asking Rob. I forgot
Okay.
to turn off push to talk.
Oh,
when I
no
was on
worries.
break.
No worries. The owl, through listening to it there, as you kind of as your senses are off with the owl occasionally, the owl definitely catches up more sounds of shuffling off in this direction. Sorry. With a 21 perception there's definitely multiple just shuffling. Again, it's not footsteps, it's more just like like shuffling, scraping sound. But not footfalls of any kind.
I will go ahead and take a second and say that telepathic bond. So my familiar is hearing sounds to the right.
And Grim hears at least one to the left.
Good grief.
So Grim, what are you going to do there from your position there? You will hear that too. The Eldon's familiar picked up something from the right direction as well.
Okay, just out of curiosity,
Mhm.
out of character, does my bow does that force have a knockback?
No.
No. Okay. All right.
Speaking of, I would like to go ahead and activate my arc cannon for fire.
What do
Makes
I
a little
see?
bit of noise, a little bit of a hum, but none of there.
What do I see? Because I have 60 feet night vision, and I got a straight.
I will open up some more here as you head the direction there.
Because I'm going to come over to this area real easy, but I'm going to ask, what do they want to do? What's going on? Because I'm going to continue moving forward or coming back.
We need to go one way or the other, don't we? There's no point triggering encounters both sides.
Well, then let's move towards me,
Mm-hmm.
and then,
My familiar has 120 feet of dark vision.
Yep.
What does he see?
So
down
I
either
will see. So nothing more to the right because the map ends over there. So I'll just tell you that right now.
Okay.
And I'll just all right. It winds around from its angle. You can't see much more beyond that because it's actually a winding passageway around the corner.
Then he's going to fly back to me.
Okay. All right.
All right.
And Grim, your angles there. I will say this based on your 60-foot dark vision there, this does seem to open up into this direction there. Opens up into a larger space potentially.
I'll be right back, guys.
No worries. Eldon, also with the 21 from your bird there, the sounds of shuffling there's definitely a bit of an echo to that area up where the bird heard the sounds. Probably wasn't heard it there. It seems to be maybe a larger chamber that direction. Because there's definitely it picked it up there, but there's almost a bit of an echo to it.
Pay for what?
Echo.
There's an echo.
Stop.
Don't
Just
stop. Bernie, I love you.
I was just saying bye to the grandkids and my daughter. What did I miss?
We're
I
being
don't-
horrible tonight as a
nothing-
collective unit.
I just love when it succeeds. It makes me so happy.
Okay. So Grim. Yeah. So that's nothing to worry about there. They start moving up your direction there. The Eldon's bird said that there was a bit of an echo to the north, kind of up the top of that map there. Maybe a larger chamber up there.
Maybe
Yeah.
a larger room.
You don't see any movement specifically out to where you can see right now. Yeah, because the way this kind of twists around, but you can really see there over that direction there. And whatever you heard isn't making a continuous amount of noise. Like something like scraped or did a little bit of a shuffle and then stopped. It's not continuing to move around, so you're not hearing anything else before. And now that
I would like to investigate.
well, your mic is not working now. I think there it is. Gotcha. Cool.
I'd like to investigate.
Okay.
I don't want something coming up behind us.
You bet.
And I'm saying that if that's okay with everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're a scout, man.
So
Super roguey scout.
I'm gonna kind of go to here.
Okay. Still clear. Nothing more you can really see other than maybe a little bit that this kind of goes off.
I'm just gonna keep going until being
So
real
can I
careful, staying in
can
the
I
shadows, doing
follow a little bit,
half movement.
Sure.
a little bit behind. I'm just
Okay,
gonna follow, like, behind.
give me new stealth checks now that you're moving off into a different direction there, and you have both of you heading that way. Everyone who's staying still doesn't need to make any checks. Not the right skill, but close enough. Okay.
If
So-
Sora moves, we're in trouble.
Nope. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. No, you
Same roll.
it's the same roll. It's fine. Yeah. That's what I meant. Using guidance would not work as there was a vocal component to guidance, so you cannot use guidance for stealth.
Ah, boo. Okay, that's fine.
That's something in my game I will never allow. It's like, no, you cannot be like humana to give yourself guidance while you're stealthing.
Say that again, Tim.
humana.
Whatever.
Guidance.
Mine is a little switch I flick,
Yeah.
and then it like fills me with the
Yeah, no.
Sure.
inspiration.
There's still a vocal component to guidance that has to.
Okay,
so,
Willow.
Yeah. So yeah. That's one of those ones like no, guidance cannot be used for stealth. Like
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So a 13.
It's saving throws, isn't it?
You got to make noise to be
skill
silent.
check. Yeah. Yeah, you're able to move up and Eldon, you aren't being totally silent and Grim. You can hear Eldon coming behind you, but it's not loud enough. You kind of like, to your ears, it's like kind of like.
Well, in my
wave him
mind, I'm
back.
going to tell him, "Will you shut up?" Or be quiet. Excuse me. You quit.
Yes.
Pick your feet up.
I
and
am slightly worried about you going by yourself, as we do not know the actual area that we were in, and it could lead to you getting into more trouble. And I do feel I need to be closer to you to assist with you in any possible situations that you would get into, as
I
it
know
wouldn't be
how to
safer
run
for us to.
fast.
Okay. So go ahead and move yourself to the corner right about here. With your roll, you did no problem there. And Eldon, let me know if you're going to follow. Right. Let me put you back here. Right up to the corner over here.
Okay.
At that point, you'll finally see something specific there.
And go over here, this way, just out of the way. I'm out of the way.
Okay, and let me just do this. And what you see is, well, let me just bring out a big version of this so you see what this is. Boop. It is a long, gangly thing with kind of clawed things there, and this misshapen
Oh,
green.
we do not.
Oh,
see
let me move it back to the. I put it on a token layer. Isn't this big thing right here?
I see it.
We have
Yeah.
zoomed in, Jim, so
Oh,
maybe.
scroll out. Maybe zoom
That
out a
one?
little bit there. I'll bring it out a little bit. One sec here. This guy right here. Rawr.
Nope,
Um,
Oh,
darkness
no,
is covering
it's
it.
no, it's
darkness. Okay,
darkness.
that's the problem here. Let me here. You can
Bring
zoom
it
on.
down to this point.
Yeah, I'll do that. I mean,
Bring it down to here.
bang. There you go.
What? No.
So
Ew.
it has no eyes, no
Is that a
real
Brussels
nose.
sprout?
It has this wide mouth with these like jagged, broken teeth, and this long limbs. It's all hunched over, and these splayed feet, a little bit longer than dragonkin or anything else. These long splayed toes, with these like broken, cracked claws. It's just sort of standing there. Graham, when you come around the corner there, it's just standing there, just kind of looking, well, kind of at the wall. Like it's just and it's sort of like this. You don't hear it making any sounds or breathing or anything else like that. It's just standing right there.
Wow.
And the smell is bad. It is awful. Let me just double check them real fast here. I need to see what the stats are on this real quick. Nope, you're fine. It's not. Yeah, it's just this rancid meat and skunky rotting smell.
I got it in my
It doesn't
sights, and
it
I
doesn't
explain what
notice
it
you.
looks like.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I tell everybody what it looks like. So
It
and I
doesn't
explain
sound
the
like
smell.
anything. Yeah. It's yeah. I mean, it's the same smell you've been smelling, just stronger.
So shall we kill
Every
it? I want to kill it.
every movement you make toward the stronger, the smell starts to hit you more and more, like you're actually able to taste it now. And it's just, oh, it's yeah, it is the most nauseating, foul smell you ever had, and now it's actually smelling, yeah, worse.
So
You
what
should
do you guys
probably
want to do?
back up and wait for us to get there, because otherwise you're on your own with it.
Okay, so I'll literally back up 10 feet.
Okay. As the rest of you are moving closer, give me stealth checks. Don't. And there's a very low DC on this, but as you're moving through the area there, just to see.
All right. I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna hear everything Sora's making because that's just how she
You don't have
does.
disadvantage anymore.
No, but it says I am. Why am I still at disadvantage on my
Shouldn't
character
be
sheet?
anymore.
16.
Do you still have the old plate mill equipped?
No, I don't think so.
Izzy armor shouldn't count for stealth. Guns itself.
Well, it doesn't get rid of
Oh, it doesn't?
the Mizium. No.
Okay.
It doesn't have that effect on it. Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. All right. You didn't roll terrible. That's fine. I'm good with that. So you move up quietly. You don't make any massive noise, and you're moving slowly anyway. It's not like you're like running up there. If you were running, it'd be impossible. But you're just moving quietly and slowly. So position yourself where you want to be.
How far can we go in, Jim?
Probably no farther than this area here.
Cool. Because I was gonna go right there.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. And so, Graham, you can kind of you hear them moving into position there. Then again, not loud enough, but you're kind of watching, you kind of see them moving around the corner there. This
I'll
from
tell
where
them
you are,
fan out in there.
this thing isn't
out in there, and
this
I'll
thing.
bring it to them.
Sure. The thing doesn't seem to notice. It hasn't moved. It's just standing there, sort of looking at the wall.
Okay. Is there a way I could take like an aimed shot or a
Oh
rested
yeah,
shot to
absolutely.
give myself
Essentially,
advantage?
but yeah, essentially it hasn't noticed you, so you have advantage anyway. So yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you can definitely and shoot. What am I stopping for? Oh,
No,
you
no,
guys
You're
no,
not.
no.
symbols. Okay, it's fine. I just saw things popping up in the chat there. Pictures popping up in the chat there. All right,
Can I roll?
go for it.
I'm on a different page, so
Okay, no worries. You definitely have advantage. Ow, what is that? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's roll that all that damage.
it's not a crit or anything. So.
Nope.
No. Or
Oh,
you're
wait a
not an
minute.
assassin, are you?
No.
Oh wait a minute! I didn't do the sneak attack.
It's okay. That's the one damage. Now roll the d6 for force, and then the 66 for sneak attack.
Okay, so
You just roll 7d6 more. It's fine. We'll just
So-
we'll just add it all up there. See where you're at.
yeah, we'll do 76 here.
Mhm. Oh wow.
Hold on, I'll do 6 more.
1, 7, 8, 10, 12. Ugh.
Oh, it rolled it
only
by
5.
itself.
There we go. Okay, so that works there. All right, so 35. Much better because those first rolls. were
Wow,
average.
look at those rolls.
Yeah. All right. So 8 plus 7, so 35 there. Yes. You just line it up there. Yeah, it's not moving. You just thud the arrow right into that meaty, lumpy looking skull of this thing here. Just sinks completely in there and it just drops to the ground. As it does, there's just this greenish cloud of, well, you can't see color really right now, but you can see there's this cloud of gas that sort of spills out of it. Um uh yeah, go give me a con save.
Oh shit!
Both me and him.
Actually, wait a minute, let me see. Let me 10, 15, 22. Yep.
I get a
No,
bonus versus poison.
you're okay. Yes, this will work. Yes. So, yeah, Eldon, actually, go ahead and give me the roll there and get the advantage as well, because this is
Yeah, because
yeah, you have to breathe around.
every breathe around. Yep. Con save, you said?
Oh,
Yep.
I failed.
That's an advantage. That's a single roll, I think.
The second
wow,
one
yeah.
was
I,
a
I
7.
rolled it
Oh, yeah,
by
6 and a
accident by
7.
twice.
21.
There's a
it's-
delay.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Grim, you almost immediately just start like retching and kind of holding it in there. You're not like vomiting, but you kind of stagger back as this thing hits you, and you are considered poisoned for the next minute. It's the poison condition.
10 minutes or
We
10,
made
10
minute.
rounds.
1
10
minute.
rounds. Yeah.
That's yeah. Yep. So,
Um,
however, nothing comes moving out. Nothing steps out there. It's still quiet.
All right. Well, I'll back out of there. And I said, I think I killed it.
Yeah, it's just it's just a heap on the floor.
Yeah. I'm going to come out of there.
Grim, you do not look well. How do you feel?
Yeah.
Nauseated, very sick. Don't go when they fall and die. They ooze some kind of vapor, and it's just not good.
Yeah, it's like the it's like taking the smell and dialing it to 11. It's already bad, but now you're just like, yeah. I mean, imagine getting sprayed in the face by a skunk. I mean, it's the difference between being nearby it and actually getting like inhaling it directly.
Oof.
The rest of you, however, don't hear any other movement. You don't see any, for the moment at least. Oh, Lucas, give me a perception check. You're the furthest away from the group there.
In between the gagging, I'll say kill him at range. Kill him at range. Long range.
Yeah. You'll definitely you will hear a little bit of that same shuffling sound from your right, essentially, if you're looking there back the way they were, kind of behind you and there. Not a lot. I mean, not you can't make out details specifically, but there's definitely some sounds coming from this direction up this way.
Can I?
Oops, that's an accident.
No worries.
Can I send my owl flying off this way just to see?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Get some sounds going here. Yeah, I missed that. Where's it going? That way? Okay. As the owl kind of flies over the top of the corpse there. It's just this horrible looking thing.
Is it still emitting the stuff
No, it seemed to go puff.
just when it died?
Yeah, as you don't see it like continuing there. There was sort of this low like bit of like haze in the air around it.
Nothing lingering there.
Yeah, I mean it's still around it. It's puffed out and it's settling.
Okay.
Okay. Let me process. Boop, boop, boop. Go. As continues. Okay.
Where do we go? Are we gonna keep going up that way?
Yeah, I was just sending him flying up there just to look around that corner real quick. Letting everyone know what he's seeing, that there's another fork in the road, and the tunnel does appear to go back itself that way. But no, bring him back.
Okay. So, Grim, by the time the scouting all happens here, and you take the moments there to kind of recover there, you can clear that poison condition for now, since you're not rushing into doing anything else at the moment here.
Okay.
It's only a minute, so I mean it's not very long when you're not in the middle of combat.
Take a little bit of my water, not a lot.
Yeah.
Wash my face, get it off of my face.
It definitely helps. Yeah, it definitely helps. Okay. So
as I'm walking by, I'll prestidigitation you and clean off any gunk that's on you.
Sure. What are all these things happening here? Okay, good.
What did he do?
Prestidigitation cleans you off.
You're not covered in goop anymore.
Magical cleaning.
So I don't have any goop on my boot anymore. That's good.
Correct.
Yep. All right. So where Lucas says that you heard some sounds up this direction, off this way. Up to you whether you want to do anything that way.
Go I'll look up.
Okay.
Stealthily.
Yeah, give me a stealth check then. Okay. Show me where you're headed.
Oh, maybe not so stealthily.
Okay. You're not really keeping very quiet, but there's definitely, as you step out here, there's obviously a large chamber. Oh, whoops, 1 sec. There we go. All right. Kind of opening up that way, and yeah, you'll see these two do match up. But there's absolutely, as you're starting to approach there are multiple shuffling sounds off this way. As you're kind of moving that direction there. They're not like, it's not active. It's not like there's a moving quickly, it's just sort of a little bit here and there. and it's hard to like pin, but yeah, definitely coming from this direction here.
I'm positioning to look back the other way,
Good.
making sure that we're not going to be followed up that way right yet.
Let's see. Grim, you can see that there's one sort of moving, just very slowly, kind of like just he's come around the corner, is moving this direction.
Coming towards us.
Yeah, it came around the corner over here, and it's sort of heading very. It's not moving with any kind of purpose. It's sort of just kind of shuffling, and the head's sort of like bobbing on its neck as it moves, a little bit back and forth. It does have sort of a crude looking like stick in its hand that sort of like occasionally thumps against the wall, and it's just like it's moving. It doesn't at this point. You see it before it can see you or anything else. So what do you like to, as you spot that? What would you like to do?
I'm going to shoot it.
Okay.
I'm not going to let it get close enough to it.
Okay, so you got
All
to
right,
line
guys, and I'm telling him what I'm doing telepathically or whatever you call it.
As you sit, Eldon, you kind of turn around, and you see the thing moving this way too. Sora, you can. Well, you don't have light right now, so.
I don't see a thing. Barely see Eldon.
Yep. All right, make that attack with advantage because again, it does not see you yet. Not know you're there. Do this. Oh, you definitely hit. Yeah, roll that damage with sneak attack.
There's no sneak attack now. How did I lose that?
There's a setting for that, the way to do it in the damage there. So you might
I'm just gonna come in here and just do it this way. 76.
Well, it's still one. Right. So it'd be a total of 8d6 plus 4 because there's the original bow damage plus the force damage plus the 66. So, oh god.
No. Good lord.
Wow.
That is doing that, dude.
Whoa.
Loving it.
Man.
It just. There's like.
Is that 5 sixes? Good lord.
Yeah. Yeah. So you just thought into it. It doesn't even drop. It just sort of like slumps against the wall, and its head just sort of like this thing just sticks in there. And it's a little bit like, you know, those mushrooms that you kind of, those puffball mushrooms that you can kind of puff. It's a little like that. It just goes poof. The head sort of splits open, and there's this puff of like, well, you can't see color again because there's dark vision there. You see sort of puff out from this head there.
I turn around and I look at Elney and I just go.
Yeah. The faint. Yeah. Again, with that too. Like it barely even makes a sound. It just sort of like just leans against the wall with the arrow sticking into it there, and this puff of stuff settling to the ground around it, essentially.
Out of character, I'm going to be impossissable to live with after this.
You say that like you aren't already.
Eldon will say, I will have to say that you are quite a scary individual. Yes.
Oh,
okay.
I'm a sweetheart.
Yeah. So look over your shoulder. You see Grim fire down the other way there, and there's a faint little, it's kind of a little puff of something there as the arrow thuds into something off that direction there. You don't hear any alarm go off or any sort of like extra movement where you are. It seems to be unnoticed at this point.
I'm gonna take a step forward and kind of look around the corner.
Sure. And what's your dark vision?
60 foot.
Yeah, that's what he's. There's the ruler. Let's see how far out that is. Okay, so it's a good. Okay, that works. So we're just gonna reveal a bit more here. So there is definitely a large open chamber that direction there, but you don't see anything within view of your dark vision.
I'll relay that back to everyone.
Big room, nothing there so far. Can't see the edges of the room yet, though.
Do we want to check corridors first so we know nothing's going to come up behind us? Don't want to get into that big room and find something and then get something else coming up behind us out of this way.
Well, you can go over there. I can't see squat, so I'm kind of like playing follow the leader here.
Gee, this is something that we really should have thought about while we were, before we left to come here. Like,
Well,
I thought
to
Elney
be able to
casted
see.
something so she could see
Built down the spell.
5 feet away.
5 feet isn't going to be that
5
far,
feet.
though.
It is
Yeah.
centered
Keeps her
on
from
him.
falling.
I can
Oh,
see him, and that's it.
Okay.
Yes,
I have dancing lights. I could cast dancing lights, but we were being stealthy, so I didn't cast dancing lights because we were being stealthy.
All right.
Well, I think you're fine for right now. I mean, as long as you're sticking close to him and not falling, we're good for right this second.
All right.
But is there a cliff?
You see Eldon's Visium generator underneath the cloak, like, wind up for a quick second, and there's like
When
a
he says,
flash.
"Oh shit," and runs, then you turn on your dancing light and try to keep up.
Okay. Do you make it there? You're going to cast it?
There's a quick flash, and now you have dark vision. As I cast dark vision. It's
You
second level spell.
cast dark fit. You wasted a second level spell slot on that.
Yes.
Hold on.
But now you
Wasted?
can. So now you can see Sora, and you see 60 feet around. You're going, wow. There's a passageway here. There's everyone here. Okay, I can see everyone now.
I love
it's
that you
weird-
guys were thinking of that, but that's a second level spell slot you could have used to heal
You
me
can-
when I go dying.
He's got like 5 more.
I
I didn't know how many
much more.
spells he had.
And I have a ring of spell storing.
Don't you have a pearl
And I
power
have-
as well?
And I have a chalice rune
Yeah.
attached onto my armor now, so I have 10
Yeah.
extra spell slots.
Yeah,
Do you
you're
also
good.
have a pearl of power?
I don't know.
No,
yet,
no,
yeah.
I don't have
No.
that one. I thought
Alright,
you
we
had
all
that one
need-
still.
We all need to get those.
Those are all require attunement, though, so you can run out of spaces.
Yeah.
Sora, you're not used to dark vision, and so what you see is everyone's kind of outlined in kind of stark, almost like chalk outline. You can see everyone, but details are fuzzy, and you can't really see color, and you can't see colors. So it's like basically kind of overexposed black and white is kind of what you're seeing here.
This is weird.
But you can definitely see. You can now see the walls. You can see the people. You can see the floors. And from there, where you can't see a whole lot else, but you can definitely see everything around you at this point, enough to be able to function.
Got it. Okay.
All right. So, yeah. So Lucas, yeah, that's what you see out there. You said you don't see any movement within your line of sight there. You don't see any movement in the passageways. So, what are you doing next?
Making our way downtown.
Okay.
Keep
Move
going this
across
way.
the entrance.
Give me stealth checks as you're moving out in the open. Nice. And Eldon, until you actually leave that space, there you're okay.
I'm gonna point
Lucas-
at Amethyst and tell her to go
okay,
that
okay.
way.
Yeah. So you don't need to until you move beyond that point. Yeah.
Yeah,
Point at
okay.
Amethyst and do what?
Tell you to point. I just tell you to head up towards them. I'll cover our rear.
Okay.
Lucas, you can get across all the way there, and nothing seems to happen. You're definitely clear. You can see a little bit farther over this direction. I'll just go ahead and open that a little further this way because you can see, and definitely more open space. But
It didn't roll on roll 20, but I crit failed.
on stealth, you need to roll
Uh-huh.
stealth yet. Yeah.
Oh,
Is
but I
it-
moved up.
Yeah, isn't until you actually go past this point. You're
Oh.
okay where you're at right now. Nothing at this point can see you, and I'm not gonna make you. So
Thank
only
goodness.
Lucas had to roll in this case.
Can I send my owl like right here?
Sure.
Just to, like,
Yeah, give me that owl stealth check as it moves out there.
okay.
Okay. This is kind of there is definitely you basically hear this as it moves out into this space here, and I mean it's into the open essentially. There's no cover here. There's easy as it flies out the direction here. There's definitely this sort of like a number of like sudden movement of like as if things were snapping to attention almost. As
Did he see anything? Who was out
he had 120 foot vision.
there? Yep.
Yes. There are multiple more of those off in this direction over here. I'm not going to undo it because only the owl saw it.
I saw it.
You saw it too, but yeah, there are some more. There are some more of those this direction. Quick view 3.
Several more of those beings are in the far side of the room.
They do begin moving because they saw it. And they will come into view. Lucas, yeah, you're looking around the corner there. You can see three more of them kind of move into your area of vision. Eldon, same thing around the corner there. You can see the three of them move in there. And in a moment, we'll just go ahead. Come on now. The fourth one steps out this way. They sort of move out. And at this point, since they don't currently see anything, they're just sort of like looking. And it's like they're looking, but they don't have eyes. There's just this lumpy green sort of like gourd on their shoulders by the most part, with this split and all these jagged teeth in it. Yeah, there's 4 of them. Some of the other, they're sort of at this point, sort of like, and some of them just have claws. Another one has a twisted, broken stick of some kind in the hand there. But they're all just sort of like looking now. This sort of, and they move in this odd, disjointed way. Like there's not quite coordination to their movements. But they pause there as the thing that they saw move is gone.
What do we want to do? There are 4 who have come into the open.
So let me get this straight. We're attacking creatures that never actually attacked us.
Yeah, they're foul. They attacked our senses.
Well, that just because you haven't bathed in a week doesn't mean that I attack you. I mean, we're really attacking creatures.
Like
you keep telling yourself that.
And booze. Roses and booze.
And then the difference is?
So.
You want them to get close enough to attack us first?
I want to be sure that they're hostile. I don't want to just, like, kill things just because they're in the way. I will. Move out the way.
I'm not in your way.
No, I'm talking to Eldon.
You can move past them. That's why it's wide enough.
I'll scooch up behind.
So, okay.
My issue is that if we encounter these things and more come out, and then something comes from behind us as well, if we don't clear out the tunnels here first, we might encounter something coming in from behind, and I'm not comfortable with that.
She's going in.
And as she's running in there, I'm behind her telling, don't get close. You're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to fight them. They're going to make you gag.
The second you step out and move into view, and you can see them where you're at right now, they will lumber forward. And they don't, again, they're not running and grabbing. They're literally just like, and just like flopping toward you almost like their limbs aren't quite the right length for their bodies, and their heads are sort of like lolling on there, but their mouths sort of open up in this
Are,
as
are
they.
you sure they don't need like a blessing touch to not be that ugly? I mean, Eldon, are you sure these are very bad
I mean,
people?
there's
Sorry.
something the paladin could have done at this point to determine a little more information, but the
Trying
paladin
to
didn't
figure
do that.
out because like I couldn't see, Jim. This is the first time I'm able to see stuff, and
You don't-
they've been killing things without me knowing it.
There is a
So
sense you're not using that doesn't require vision.
I'm getting to that point.
They will move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I fire as soon as I see him?
No,
yeah.
no,
I mean,
no, because
wait-
I'm doing my
waiting-
thingamabob.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna shoot. I'll start shooting
Actually,
as soon as I see
at
him.
that point, they're just gonna double move to you essentially. So one.
Well, I was just
So
when they
yeah.
started moving. I was gonna
Okay,
like put these.
let's go ahead and do initiatives because at this point they are running at you. They'll do a single move toward you as we do initiative. Let me look at the tracker up there. All right. Okay, and we'll go ahead and make some. What's a good fun sounding thing here? That's a fun thing.
What is it? What did I just roll? I don't understand it.
Initiative.
Initiative. Yeah, there you are. Yep.
Did that work?
Yeah, I see it. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. There.
put you on the tracker.
I rolled like
it-
crap.
I always do, so it's okay
You're on there,
because
you're on
you
there
know.
twice though, so I'll take your first roll, which was the lower one. Come on. What is going on here? Why is it okay?
What?
Oh, I know why.
I go before Lucas.
Hold on.
And
everyone's
Amethyst?
on there twice because I didn't get a chance to clear it before everyone. So
Oh, so we
Oh,
all
not,
roll
not,
again?
not your fault. Not your fault. It
So we can
didn't.
all roll again?
No, because you're already on the twice. You've been there 3 times if you roll again. So I need to figure out whose rolls are what here, and then remove the ones that don't belong. Okay, so Sora got
I say
the.
clear so we can all roll again.
Well, I'm going to put you back to the rolls you just got. So I want to remove the rolls that aren't. Why can't I not get rid of it? My turn tracker is not behaving the way it's supposed to. What is
So-
going on?
My turn tracker is showing the lizard folk at 9, Grimbard
I'm-
8.
I'm seeing everyone on there twice.
I'm not. I'm only
I'm
seeing
on.
once.
Let me close it and reopen it and see if it comes up. Nope, I see everyone twice. This is great. And I can't delete anything. It's the turn trigger is broken. Let me refresh. We'll try that. See if it works on the refresh. Now I see nothing.
Mm-mm.
What is going on with roll 20? What is happening?
Mm.
Music died. Nothing's working. What is happening? Okay. I have to close roll 20 and try to coming back in here because this did not work.
Okay. We got you.
Give it a try. Technical problems always fun.
If it's not on my end, it's always on yours.
Yep.
Or
so
you
here-
know, Discord is broken, or
Something, yeah.
Streamlabs is broken, or
Okay, that
Don't
works.
use Streamlabs.
oh yeah, well we did that one time, but
We did?
it was broken. Yeah, it was completely broken the entire time we gave up on it.
Okay. That worked. Okay.
Hey, I'm first.
Holy crap, the highest is a 13? Wow.
Yep. I told you I got to go in the middle there, Tim. Like, I
That's
went
I rolled
amazing.
for
terribly.
everybody else except for Eldon.
Let me do one more thing here. That. Oh, great. There it is. Being so pesky. Okay. Okay. All right. That's fine. Wait, hold on. Yes, you are first. You see those four there? That they all rushed forward.
Lightning bolt. I pull up my gun and unleash lightning bolt.
Bolt.
That's yes. Big old line.
Okay.
33 damage.
Okay. Let me just try to see if these things can possibly save that. DC is 19. Okay. Well, they get a 20, right? No, they didn't. Okay. So yeah, I assume this sort of a line here, there.
Right next to Sora. Sora, you see a massive line of
Sure.
electricity shoot right past.
These just go. Let's see what is happening here. There we go. That's why I was GM layer. Okay, that one goes poof. This one goes poof. And let me just see. Yep, I need the three of you to make me some con save. One con save. As also, you'll notice in the brief flash of lightning there, it hits the wall. You'll see it ping on the map right about here. So it does hit the wall about beyond and lights up. There is a wall on the far side there. Okay. Eldon, you're okay. Sora, you need a con save from you. Grim, I need a con save from you.
Are they close enough to me? I know Eldon is, but is Grim? Yeah, he should be. So that my aura works. So you add 3 to each one of those.
Is it 10 feet?
Oh, sweet.
It's 10 feet.
You're good. Okay. So you manage to kind of as this poof of weird vapor hits at you. And Grim and Eldon, well, Eldon, you can even smell it a little bit through your rebreather.
Yeah.
It's a little stronger than it was before. Grim, it was definitely stronger than it was last time.
Was it? What's the bonus I have for poison? Because I didn't add that in. I don't know how to add that in.
It's advantage. You have advantage. Yeah. So again, when you roll your con save, just right click on it and choose advantage again, like you do with the attack rolls. It's okay. You passed it. You passed it. You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but it definitely is stronger. Eldon, anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna move right there, and then my Eldritch Cannon lights off.
Okay.
So that thing needs to make dex save.
This one here.
Why is it only a
Yep.
+3?
Oh, dex save. Okay. Should be your charisma modifier.
What?
That's
Oh,
fine.
sorry.
He was listening to me talking to myself. Mhm.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just roll that save on that one.
And then that's the end of my turn. Sorry.
Okay. It takes some damage.
Sweet. And that's the end of my turn.
It sort of lets up on fire there. It doesn't really react to it being on fire there. It doesn't try to put itself out. Just sort of as it's sort of like still lumbering toward you. Yeah, and you guys are close up now. These things aren't like there's no breathing on these things. There's no living creature would move, and so you've seen enough undead to go, yeah, these things are not alive. These things are not alive. They are mindless and not alive. But good, okay. In that case, my turn.
So if they're not alive, you can turn them, right?
I'm going to do more than that.
Sora. There are two still there.
Mm-hmm. Do I have that ability yet? Because I don't have it yet. Okay, so I am going to do Turn Unholy.
Okay.
Is that the right one?
I
No,
don't
it's Turn Undead.
You should have it.
I thought I had Destroy Dead, but I don't think I'm high enough Paladin level yet.
Probably not. All those
No, I
dips
think
in
it's
the
like-
fighter
I think
you
it's-
took.
I think it's like 9th level or something like that.
That's coming up soon then. Then no, I'll just bump it. Let's do what we do. Smack it.
Con
And
save
smite
first.
it. Yeah, you got that. +3.
Okay.
Mm.
Um,
That
no.
5.
So you are considered poisoned.
So I touch myself.
Okay, yeah. So but for this round of attacks, you're going to have disadvantage as you're like choking and gasping, as you're like okay, and trying to like hit this thing here. Yeah.
Disadvantage roll, right?
Yep, disadvantage. First attack. Oh yeah, you definitely hit.
So I'm smiting.
Okay, well let's see what you do. It goes poof, like
I say-
real big.
Yeah, because you deal the extra D8 because these are undeads.
Yep.
And I'll need.
Another one.
No, you're already poisoned. You can't get poisoned again.
Bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
So it hit though, right?
Oh yeah, it pops. And it just explodes, and poof, ends up everywhere there. Actually, I need Grim. You're okay. Eldon and Lucas this time.
And you are not within my bubble anymore.
Nope.
Poison.
Eldon, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
You also have advantage, I think, too. So yeah.
Oh
of
yeah,
your belt,
duh.
'cause of your belt.
Yeah, because my
Lucas, you're good. Whew. So yeah. Yeah, so you're at the very edge of it there, and you kind of like and kind of back away a little bit there and manage to clamp your hand and nose over your mouth there and don't breathe in much of it. But you're okay. All right. Sora, that's your first attack. Anything else you want to do?
Yeah, I have like
You
a
have
couple
more
feet of
movement.
movement, right?
You only moved what? 1, 2. Okay, you get there. Yeah, no problem. I'll just
All right. So yeah, same thing. It's not broke, don't fix it, right?
sure.
A disadvantage because I'm still not touched myself.
Mm-hmm.
So those are low.
That'll still hit though.
Okay.
It's 14. Are you? Yeah, 14 will do it. This one's already hurt by this one's already scorched a bit by the thing there. Yeah, it goes as well. You're fine, but let's see here. Yep. And yep, all three. Give me another save. It happens again.
Eldon gets to add +3 to his.
It's getting stronger and stronger each time as well. I'm gonna put this on. As if the more there are dead, the worse they get. I'm gonna put this little icon on you so I know you're poisoned.
Okay.
Lucas, yep, you are now poisoned.
Don't you have your
And Grim, you are now poisoned. Hold on.
Don't I have what?
We're gagging and
Inspiration.
puking for a minute, right?
It's only a minute.
It's a minute, yeah. Yep. So it's disadvantage on pretty much attacks ability checks. And Eldon, you are okay, but it's worse. You're actually smelling it pretty strongly, even though you're rebreather now. It's like definitely, and there's just this haze in the air around you right now. It's like it's not settling quite yet. It's just this haze in the air.
I am done. That's all I can do because I can't see anything else to attack.
I
would-
am thinking of redesigning some things inside the rebreather because I'm noticing flaws in the system.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can see there's a little passageway back here.
and thinking of I need to make everyone rebreathers because it's not fair that I'm the only one that has one, and
We'll do
all
that.
sorts of those
Yeah,
kind of
a little
thoughts.
more than you start to see the edges of the room now at this point. As you're moving further and further in. Oops, what happened there? Darn it! I was supposed to keep going.
You can maybe put like is it air bubble, that spell? You could do like an air bubble spell plate in it or something.
That's it for me, Jim.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Lucas, you're up. You don't see any more in the room with you, but there's definitely sounds of movement back in the rest of the area. Like there are definitely more off in the distance here, have not come into view yet. You can kind of hear that scraping of oddly clawed feet and shuffling, now moving with a little more of a purpose.
Am I hearing anything from back in this corridor?
Nope. Okay, so you head over that way. Yes. Okay. Nope. I don't need that. So you'll see this little dip down here. And then back over this way. Yeah, I'll just... Yeah. Okay. There seems to be a passageway off over this way, maybe. Actually, can't quite. Can you see over there? I didn't see it. Yeah. And then I'll reel that too. Some sort of a little pedestal there, and another passageway seems to head off in this direction.
Still can't see anything to attack.
Yeah, so nothing coming. Actually, let's fix that. Right about, yeah, on the edge of your vision there. Where are you at? There you are. You will see one kind of right there. At this point, another one right there, just kind of being in view at this point. So there are definitely some in those passageways. They have not rushed out.
So did Sora not actually try to talk to them then after telling us that we shouldn't attack them?
Nope, she didn't.
She just went in and smacked one of them.
Well, she moved in and they all like ran at her like, bleh. And yeah.
I'm just telling her don't run at stuff again like that. I'm trying to tell you, don't go there. It was gonna be bad, but no.
Dude, she's the Kool-Aid man. That's what she does.
I save everybody's life all the time, but nobody listens to me.
You can shut the hell up, but that's what Sora does. That is Sora's thing. She runs in and asks questions later. That's what she does. She's the Kool-Aid man. In the blue dragon form.
I save her, but...
Sure, you keep telling yourself that if it makes you feel bad.
Was that, Lucas?
What, Rob?
Shooting. This one.
Which one? This one there? You thud that arrow in there, and it just kind of stinks deep into the chest there. It daggers a bit from it there, but does not fall over. Definitely a good hit, though. You are with disadvantage, though. Remember that, because you are poisoned.
Oh, yeah. Oh, let's roll it again.
Sure.
Better, so, yeah.
Okay, so you definitely hit, yeah. too bad it didn't have advantage, but yeah, no, in this case, yeah, it buds into there, and it definitely is hurt.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, we don't.
So is it my turn now?
It is their turn. Yeah, lizard folk. didn't come up to you. Anyway, it's the right
Did you
thing there.
skip my turn? I didn't.
No, you're not, you haven't come up yet.
Okay.
You're last in the initiative order. You got the 4.
Oh man, did I not hit that one with the lightning bolt?
Nope, it was you hit the wall right there, just to the right of it.
Darn.
Yep. Didn't know he was there. All right. So it is their turn here. So we're gonna see some. Come on. So from this passageway up here, we see 4 more come out there. This one comes rushing. 1 sec here. We'll move these ones that are already in view first. Oh. He will double move. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, that gets right up there. Double moves up to Sora. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, right up to there. You guys are already poisoned, so you don't need to worry about the stench of it getting close to you. But it double moved to get there. That's as far as it can go. And then we have. Come on now. More rushing out that way. And a few more coming out this way. Last, however. Go, that's good. You will see, just coming into view, those of you who were in the front. Actually, no, never mind. Not in this turn. So they all move into position there. These guys get a little bit more movement as they spread out a little bit more. They sort of came out here and kind of spread out a little bit as they kind of do that. And this one moves a little further there. There it goes. All right. So that's what we see in the room right now. Unfortunately, the ones that are in base to base with you are at a double move to get there. So that's their turn. Grim, you see a whole pack of people out there.
Go down here, and I'm going to shoot that guy.
Okay. Right. This would not be sneak attack because he's aware of your presence, and you're not. You could hide as a bonus action around the corner there, and then take the shot with advantage at that point.
All right.
You have that ability.
Well, I'm going to shoot this guy then.
Okay, one on Sora. Sure.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
So I get the sneak attack, but I'm at disadvantage, correct?
Yes.
Or has it been a minute yet?
It's only been 1 round. It just happened. Hasn't even been around yet. You just got poisoned.
Over here, disadvantage.
Still hit. Easy. So you get the sneak attack though, so go ahead and roll that. If you can roll one of those ridiculously high rolls again.
So we're going to go over here. Just hit reroll.
Oof. I'll do it. Pop. Eldon, give me another roll.
Can I?
As that one explodes.
Before, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I only moved like three squares.
You can keep moving.
Can I keep moving?
Yep.
I'm gonna take a step here.
Sure. Perfect. Okay. So Eldon.
28.
28. I see 25.
Green
You're next to Sora. Yep.
I'm next to Sora, yeah.
Yep. Okay. You're okay. It's getting worse. It's just getting worse. All right. Amethyst, you're up.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna look in the room and I'm just gonna use cantrip. I'm gonna do Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
I get 3.
Sure.
So, the one on. Is that Lucas?
Yes.
There. Okay, the one on Lucas.
Well, I can't see what
And
you're
then-
saying there about, but yeah, I assume only one that has one on him right now is Lucas. Yeah.
And then those 2 that are there.
Sure. What you'll notice is that one hit with the Eldritch Blast will not take these down. So just I mean.
All right.
definitely-
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't mind him getting out of the way of it before it pops, really. But I'll just do that anyway.
Yeah, up to you. So one on Lucas.
Yeah.
Okay. Death hits. Hits.
It's got like a +12 to hit. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You're ridiculous.
I know. So I'm told.
We still love you.
Why ain't that kind of? You know the
Hmm?
things that pop up over the character sheet, like they're not going away. There's no little cross to get rid of it. It's a pain in the butt cheeks.
What?
The things that, you know, when you roll the dice, the little things
Oh.
come up over the character sheet on the right side.
I don't roll dice. That's yeah.
I get other people's as well.
You can hide that, I believe. Okay.
I don't know. I hope so. I wish I had to.
Lucas, I
I'll
believe
show
that
you
was
when
the-
we're over.
that was the one that you shot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it drops. Somebody didn't mark the damage off when you shot it. So, all right, yeah, it will explode. You see these 3 purple like darts kind of over your shoulder. They're just thudded into it one at a time. They're just kind of pop, and it just explodes like a giant puffball there. And oops, I need to delete it. Put that back. Leave it there.
Undo.
And Amethyst, I will need you to roll because you are within range of it when it popped.
Oh, okay. I didn't know how much damage.
'Cause
That's me too.
You're
What, my
yes,
rolling
yeah, you
con save?
con save. Yep.
Oh, natural.
You don't even need my help there, Eldon,
Yep.
with your 31.
Yep.
No.
I can't get any better than that. That's a natural 20. Wait, it's
Amethyst,
my
you are poisoned.
stilling. Oh, man.
It's just this haze and it just manages to blow up, and yeah, you just as you step back out of the way there, you're kind of like already just kind of choking and gasping in there. You're still able to move, still able to do it, but you consider the poison condition. Okay. Now, hold on just a moment there. As
Oh.
you will see stepping out something that looks a little bit like that.
Great.
This one has a little more defined look to it there. It has this, and there are some beady eyes on the sides of its head with this big broad mouth there and the spine down the side there. It is, well, the other ones are sort of like this one is much more formed than the others. And it's instead of and none of you speak the language that it's speaking. So, but yeah, it's this one right back over here.
By chance,
What's that?
is it under-
Your mic is up.
Yeah, you.
Is it undercommon?
I didn't think you spoke that. Did you?
Yes.
You do. Then yes. It's like,
You shouldn't be here. You get to die.
Kind of thing. Yeah,
I
that
believe
one.
I do. Let me double check. I
Yeah.
thought I picked it. I want to check where that'd be under features.
Yeah, sure. Languages on the far side. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Draconic
Yep.
Thieves can't undercommon.
Excellent. Undercommon it is. It speaks undercommon. Right. Puts it steps out there, and 1 sec here. It's supposed to do something. Just moved out in place.
Can I respond?
I mean, it spoke. Yes, you could. I mean, you're a little far away from it, but you could hear it where you are. You can't.
I'll
really,
relay what he says
Actually,
to everybody.
You can't see it because it's all the way across the room. Your dark vision doesn't let you see that far. But you definitely hear it there. All right, it's going to go ahead, and as it steps out there, it sort of raises its hands. And Eldon, move back where you were because I don't think you were there when it. Yeah, because it's still its turn. Let's see.
You were back 2 more, Eldon.
Yeah, you were back to here, I believe. Yeah.
Down 1.
Right there. No.
Down 1.
Sorry.
Down 1.
Down
Yeah.
1. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Who's done the most interesting things here so far? Sora's all big and shiny, but you're also covered in. Oh, you can't see your armor because it's all blue and.
Covered in goop. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Sure. So it'll go ahead and blast at you. See, and you will see it's going to raise its hand, and this sort of like greenish, almost like Fallout greenish sort of that like thing is these like blobs come shooting out at you. And we'll see if any of them manage to possibly hit you. 22?
No. Mm-mm.
No. You have 2 hammers out so far, or a shield?
No, just a hammer and a shield.
Gotcha. Okay. 19. Nope, it doesn't have advantage on you. There's a critical. Okay. So that one will be. You can hide the rest of that. You don't do that. Yeah, let's see some things there. You probably. Only 1 hit you there, but that will be for a total of 13 damage. 11 psychic and 14 damage. 11 psychic and 3 necrotic. As he and it's this the first one sort of like just kind of like barely skitters off the force of your shield. The other one sort of just misses by your head there, and the second one just like hits you dead on. Probably on the side. It's just going to blast into your side there as you were kind of facing the one to your right there, and you just feel this kind of burning sensation as it hits you, but you feel this like clawing scream in your head as it hits you.
Do I need to make that wisdom save?
No, the only one hit you. So 2 or more attacks at the same target, then you would, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's what it does. And Eldon, you're up.
Are we still doing the psychic thing?
I mean, I assume so.
So would I have known that was psychic damage?
Yeah, you definitely felt the pain in your head.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I will rest the party. He's doing psychic damage.
Yep.
Sorry, that's not quite how I wanted it. I wanted it to. This.
What are we doing?
Okay, so I already rolled. My Museum Generator activates, and out of my barrel, a napalm-like substance pours out and forms a wall of fire.
Excellent.
And obviously the damage is that way.
Sure, exactly. Yep.
No, it's toward us, right? Because that's what
Yeah.
you totally want to do, right?
Yep.
You totally want to attack us and not them.
So does it light up at the same time?
Yeah. So this whole room lights up as a wall
Well,
of fire.
there's a wall of fire between you and the far side of the room, but yes, the room is all very well lit up right now. The far side is blocked by a wall of fire.
A napalm-like substance.
Yep.
Pouring out.
Those 4, is it if they're in it, they take the damage immediately?
They immediately take the damage. If they stay there, also everything on the other side of the wall within 10 feet
also
takes So that's going to get those other
that
two
one.
guys and this one
This?
over here.
Which one? This one? Well, it's not perfect. Yeah, with a straight line, it would be yes. Yeah, from there to here. Let me do a straight line if I can.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm just gonna go from. Is there a way to do a line? Oh, there's not. Okay, I'll just try to do. Go. That'll do it.
Yep.
Who's the orange there?
There we go. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there. Oof.
There we go.
I don't know how to do it.
No worries.
Take it up.
I got it. Yeah, we're all set.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So, that is
34
damage.
Yep.
Okay. Let me move.
And I'm sorry, they do need to make a dexterity saving throw or take half.
Don't worry about it. Oh,
Okay.
the dex save? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible they could roll that. Not very likely, but sure. 19?
Just meets it.
Holy
19
crap.
19
The first one manages to survive barely.
So he takes half damage.
Wow. Okay.
That's a
So
failure. Failure.
one more. Okay, good.
Failure.
Okay. So this one. Hold on. You're going to need I'm going to have you make one save in just a minute here because you're going to get a face full of goop.
Yeah, that's right.
Let me just verify the range on this though, because I want to make sure you be within. Nope, not that one.
You are no longer within my range.
Okay, so you're gonna make
I know,
one
but I just figured
save.
to do it.
Let's see one thing here. Okay, go ahead and make that save. Ooh, roll one more. Oh, nope, that won't be high
Nope. I'm going to use my inspiration.
Inspiration. Yeah.
enough. At this point, you're okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, no,
Yeah.
you're gonna get hit. You've had it enough.
24.
Yeah, 24. 24 is it.
Wow. The DC currently is 23
Oh
Why?
my God.
because it goes up by 1 for every other dead one that's in the radius of it when it went. So yeah.
Oh man!
Woo!
Wow.
Holy smell.
Yep. The
Lucky
DC
duck.
keeps going, and there are 9 that are in the radius there. So of the ones that exploded. So and normally I would have to make four saving throws, but no, I'm gonna be giving 1 there with a higher DC. So yeah.
Wow.
So you were just like, you are literally like barely holding it in though. It is
in my rebreather. Like,
yeah. That's if you fail.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what I fail.
Yeah. At this point, you're just like, oh god. Oh, it's over. Your breather at this point is overloaded. It's actually the filters are getting clogged. It's not able to kind of keep it all out at this point now. Now you're sort of just barely. It's in your mouth. It's in your nose. It's bad. But Wall of Fire raging. This one is really in bad shape. It's still up, but still in the wall.
Yeah, I'm gonna maintain concentration on this wall.
Sure,
Also,
absolutely.
I'm gonna move back.
Sure. Okay. All right then. Sora, you just see a massive wall of fire ahead of you.
Well then, I guess that
Start cleansing.
yeah,
As I'm coughing, start cleansing this junk.
it's an action to do it. So I'm gonna come over here to Lucas and do 5 points of lay on hands,
Cool. Lucas, your poison condition clears.
and you get to heal 5.
I don't think it's taking damage. Well, you didn't take damage yet, I don't believe.
No,
It's
I
either
don't.
and it's either or. For sure.
No, is it?
Oh, okay.
Or 5 HP.
Or
Or if you expend 5
points.
HP, 5
Yeah.
points of healing to do
5
the
points, so
other.
you can cure. Then you can cure poison or
It's
disease.
got 17 temporary hit points anyway, so it
Yeah,
those
yeah.
off first.
Yep.
Says
so
you
Lucas-
can restore any number of HP points or 5 HP to. If I use 5 points, it
Yeah.
cures the disease. There we go. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Or
Yeah.
So
that
that was your
I'm just-
move to get there.
Was it all of my movement to get there?
Pretty close.
No, I got 10 more
Hey,
feet.
but-
I'm gonna go right there.
Okay. Sure.
And then that was my action, and my bonus action is to do nothing.
Okay. All right, Lucas, you're up. The wall of fire is there.
There's no way around it. Does it go right the way across?
It does go all the way across.
You can see it is the entire thing.
Yep, he sealed off that side of the passage.
I thought it was only 60 feet long.
That is 60 feet.
That's
Oh.
70 feet.
Okay. Oops.
Well, in that case, what we're going to do is this. There is an opening on this far side over here. So let me... stop drawing a line, people.
Sorry.
No problem. I just want to clear... I'm going to clear mine. So
I
just
thought I had that right.
do it to about there. That would be it.
Or as I say, or this. Oh.
Well,
this
this way
square
it gets
here.
everyone who actually died.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. There we go. Yeah.
So less retcon.
Retcon.
Yep. So that's the 60 feet. Close. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, a little shorter on this end too. So you probably could see a little space over here. Boop. Yeah. There you go.
I know you can't see through it. Can you cast through it?
I mean, you can't really cast to a point you can't see. It'd be able to, you need line of sight to where you're casting to.
You can see these guys up here. These two guys up here.
Yeah. Like you couldn't. It's similar to the reason why, unless it states otherwise, you can't cast to a point you can't see. There are certain exceptions, but like things like Misty Step, you have to see where you're trying to end up, and most like area effect spells you have to see where the point of impact is going to be.
Yeah. I'm going to drop a fireball up there.
Yeah. I assume right about there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can see.
Go ahead and roll the damage. I'll start making some saves.
Yeah, 26.
Okay. No. Ooh, 19. Not quite enough. Oh, well. You need to roll out till 20. 26. Boom, boom, boom. Also, you will also note that the fireball goes off, and there is as the explosion does cause some rocks to tumble down and some debris to land in various places back in here. Let me go ahead and do that as some debris kind of partially blocks off that passageway over there, and someone's over here. I can't quite see it because it's gray. Let me make it a little bit darker. Yeah.
But that's the way we need to go.
Well, hopefully not.
Right.
You could probably pick your way through there, but there's definitely a lot of rubble and such that is kind of like tumbling down, and a little bit of dust comes down from the ceiling a little bit as well. Yeah. But luckily you are beyond just barely, and so is Eldon, as the cloud of ick sort of actually, yeah, the fire kind of cooks it away, so you're fine. between the wall
Wall
of
of-
fire and the fireball that's over there, it's like, yeah, it doesn't quite reach you anyway. So,
Wall of fire!
yep. As those
It's been
bodies
done.
are incinerated. That's you. Okay. They get to go. Those are folk. There's a.
If they walk within 10 feet of that wall,
I know.
they take the damage.
You can't see what happened. So let's just do this as you can't see what's going on behind the wall there now. And but nothing comes trying to barrel through the wall. Let's just say, and Grim.
Sorry.
No worries.
I'm going to move my full movement.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to move to right here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna concentrate to see it. If I see any life form over there, any kind of movement, I'm gonna fire at it.
Okay. So you basically hold an arrow and you're ready to fire at something else. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Not a
From
problem.
here from C
Yep.
to shining C.
Yep. You can see pretty much everything that direction there. Yep. It's all sounding good. Yeah. Nothing seems to be moving there that you can see. There's a giant wall of fire. It's kind of like causing. And now you can see color. And you will see that, yes, these things on the ground there, there is sort of this greenish haze over all the dead bodies. It's just sort of there. And their bodies, this lumpen, sort of grayish brown, mismatched like length of their limbs. And there's this greenish lumpy head with big mouth and no eyes. But yeah, you are clear there, Amethyst. You heard the rumbling. You heard everything else there. You don't see anything coming up behind you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bright light coming from that direction.
From in the big room?
Yeah. The wall of fire gives off a lot of light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guess there's nothing else
Okay.
for now.
Okay. Not sure. Eldon, you are still up.
Okay. 1 second, bud. The sheep's name is Sean, bud. It's Sean the sheep. Yeah. Roland's in here watching Sean the sheep. So,
It's Sean.
Obviously, the name's the sheep show.
I know. He knows that too. I don't know why he just asked. Okay.
Does he
So,
want
a
to play?
a 30-foot cone. How do we do a 30-foot cone? What's that template thing? Sorry, I wanted to do a 60-foot cone. There's no 30-foot cone. Okay. So a 30-foot cone.
Okay.
I was gonna go like right here and unleash the 30-foot cone this direction.
Of what?
So my Mizium mortar, I haven't used this before.
Oh, okay.
The molten spray ability.
Okay.
So I release a 30-foot cone of molten Mizium.
Okay.
And it will do 5d4
Okay.
plus 1d8.
All right. So just
Yeah.
this molten metallic looking, bluish metallic thing, it sprays out from your gauntlet, right? Or the
No, from my gun.
oh, you got your gun there.
Yeah.
Kind of blows through the fire. The fire parts for just a minute as it's kind of like plats through it there, and spatters all the area back over here. Whoops, sorry. Back over here,
Yes.
and nothing seems to be
Oh,
there.
I was gonna go more over here.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
as it parts the way is there, yeah, nothing. That there's nothing there.
Okay.
Well, there is a body on the ground that gets vaporized. This one right here just completely gets completely turned to char. So, oops, I didn't mean to hide that one.
All right. Yeah. And then that is my turn. That's all.
Okay. And with that, as the flames are crackling from the firewall, nothing comes rushing out at you. Nothing comes charging to the firewall. The firewall stays in place. At the moment, things have gone quiet.
Well, I'm going to do 5 points for Amethyst and 5 points for Grimbar.
Okay.
And then
you
5
guys,
points for myself.
sure. So as you all get cleared of your poison, the cavern has gone quiet. The smell is still horrible, although strangely enough, the firewall is helping to bake the stuff out of the place. And the air is clearing fairly rapidly. The bodies are all still here on the ground, all around kind of Eldon as he's standing there. As a minute passes, the firewall dissipates.
Yeah.
And you see an empty room ahead of you. You pause and listen as you kind of there. You don't hear anything else moving toward you. Some faint sounds off in this direction, maybe, but nothing that's coming close. If anything, it's probably moving farther away. Beeps. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and. We're almost wrapped up here. What do you want to close with here, folks?
What do I see down that hallway moving to where
A passageway heading down in the way. It goes off the map. So a winding passageway, somewhat down in that direction. Yeah.
Did we see which way everybody went?
It was beyond the firewall. You assume up the direction because you saw the guy come out from this direction.
Mm-hmm.
He may have gone back that way.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll head that way. It's where I want to head.
You want to chase after? Okay.
I'll just kind of stay there. I'm not leaving the party, or I'm not just like going off on my own. I'm still.
Sure. Okay. So you guys all kind of space there. Give me perception checks all around as you're sort of like checking things out and seeing what's here. Eldon, the Mysium, for the first time you've seen this there, the Mysium sort of almost evaporates as it on whatever surface it coated there, and just sort of and fizzles away to nothing. Sora, yeah, you're sort of like listening and just still coughing, but you were the last one to get healed, last one to be cleared of the poison there, so you're still coughing a little bit there, but you're sort of just watching in that direction there. You don't see anything, but yeah, you're fairly certain nothing's up that way. So move me to where you want to be to make your precision checks there. So you want to stay back there, Amethyst? Or you want to move somewhere else?
Yeah, I guess I'll go.
It depends on where you're at. So, okay. All right. So, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, Lucas, you don't see any signs of bodies trapped in the rubble or anything else there's vaporized one. There's the burnt, charred ones that are on the ground there. What you see there? You think you can probably squeeze past this one, and the passageway just sort of goes up and wraps around a little bit to the north, up here. It sort of goes up and to the left a little bit. This one's really blocked off. You couldn't, and the rubble sort of like you can kind of see there's a passageway that goes back off that direction, but you can't quite. There's not really enough space to be able to. You could probably start pulling some boulders down and try to climb over the top of it there, but this is pretty well blocked off this direction here. But yeah, so there is a way up that way. Again, don't see the signs of any bodies there. Grim and Amethyst. Well, you can kind of hear the faint shuffling of things in this way. Amethyst, you hear a faint sound from this direction. And you have to pause and listen there. With a 22, you think you can hear children? Maybe crying? Not close. Just faint somewhere off in this direction. You're not sure which passageway, but you get to pause and listen, and yeah, it's definitely from this direction.
I know I'm probably going to regret this, but I'm going to tell Sora.
Okay.
So
I think it's children crying from that direction.
I mean,
Hold on.
Sora, you don't hear it. You can't hear it.
I don't hear it.
Yeah.
No. But I do have that fancy little thing that she gave me to use locate object.
Mm-hmm.
So then I'll pull that out and locate object.
Listen. You use it. It doesn't ping, but so not within 1,000 feet.
Right.
But it does last for an hour, and you have a direction.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we're going to call it for the day and hunt for those children next time.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this: the little bit of sounds there, it's more of a kind of a whimpering sound, not an active wail or a sound of pain or terror. It's just sort of a faint, just on the edge of your hearing, Amethyst, in that direction there. So it's not like they're screaming out in pain that you can have to rush there, but you can definitely just enough to hear it.
It's a sound that your motherly instincts find.
Your mom?
What? Your princess instincts.
With that, we'll call it the day here. I ran a little bit long here, but I wanted to get a chance to finish this up and give you the lead for the next part here. So anyway, thank you for being here as always. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching now and in the future. As always, we loved having you here at the Tankard there. Love having you visit, and stick around next time. Drinks are on us. We'll see you again real soon. Bye.
Bye.